Good evening, everybody. Wow, it really may be happening. We are just 2 hours and 41 minutes away from the Trump reciprocal tariffs, as he calls them, taking effect, including the 84% of additional tariffs on China, which would bring the China tariff rate on goods coming in from China up to 104%. So 2 hours, and unless something happens, maybe he'll come out and say I'm delaying it, but unless something happens, big new tariffs on multiple countries coming up in 2 hours in less than 41 minutes. Oh my gosh. So we're here to bring you countdown coverage here. Countdown coverage. I think my clock is a little close to that word. Hold on. I kind of got to, let's see, is that a little better? That seems a little, that's better. Let me fix the clock here. Now I got to fix this. Hold on a moment. We'll fix this for you. I was just noticing that, and I was like, you know what? It's a little too close. Ooh, that's not what that's the Nikkei. We're going to look at that in a second. That's the Nikkei Japanese benchmark stock index. While you look at that, let me just fix this. So you can see the Nikkei, it looks like it's down in Japan about over 3%, if my math is correct. I'm going to double check this, but that's what it certainly looks like to me. Oops. Let me double check it. I'm going to double check it. Yeah, about 3.1%, the Nikkei index Japan. Shanghai, I don't know if Shanghai is open yet. The Kospi, which I think isn't that South Korea? South Korea Kospi index down 0.6%. All right. Hang Seng, I think maybe is Hang Seng open? No, Hang Seng doesn't look like it's trading right now. That's Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on that. But we're going to be taking your comments. This is really big news if this happens. It's huge, huge news if it happens. And we're going to cover this for you. And we'll see if there's any kind of last minute changes. I don't know. Hang on one moment here. By the way, President Trump tonight also announced, he said he was at a dinner tonight, and according to a White House pool reporter, he said we're going to be announcing very shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals. He said that will bring pharmaceutical production back to the United States. So again, the pool report says Trump complained tonight that the United States doesn't produce its own pharmaceuticals anymore, and talked about disparities in what other people in other countries pay for pharmaceuticals. So in addition to the tariffs coming on tonight, Trump said tonight we're going to be announcing very shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals. So just something else to keep in mind. All right, let me say thanks to a couple people. Then we'll take some comments from you guys. Let's look at the Nikkei index. Hey, look, it's the Nikkei Japan benchmark stock index, down over 3%. Ruth Krafasi is moderating over there. Thank you, Ruth. And Robert's May Queen moderating on YouTube. Thank you. We're going to take you all the way to the start of the tariffs. Can you believe it? Over on Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, Also on Facebook. Hang on a moment. Let me pull this up here. So to Nikkei, you can see it opened at 32,529. So 1% of that would be 325. So for it to go down 4%, it would need to hit 1,200. It's at 1,100, down over 3%. That's the one. That's the one I happen to have that video for you, that live video. So I'm showing you that one. That's why I have that one up there. Hey, Kay Larry Body is moderating. Thanks, Kay. Margaret Riley as well. Thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates for being a subscriber and for your donation today. Thank you, Kristen. Martha Crawford, thanks for subscribing. Lou Green over there on Facebook. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderating on X. And thanks to Airtight Ski Pole for your support on Twitch. Thanks so much, Airtight Ski Pole. That's very kind of you. Thanks for the bits. Thanks also Jackson22 for subscribing, and Fish Tacos for subscribing, and Mally's Bixie for subscribing, and Airtight Ski Pole. Thanks again. Not a good... Now, did the Nikkei go up yesterday? I feel like the Nikkei might have gone up yesterday. I have to look it up. I don't know. Hold on. There's a way I can check. It's not going up today. The Nikkei index yesterday, I'm getting an answer for you. It didn't? That's weird. I'm not sure about that. No, it's Wednesday. One moment, getting an answer for you. This actually is in Tokyo. Is this? I think this video is coming from Tokyo, from Reuters. Yes, the Nikkei went up 6% yesterday, but it is down almost 4% today. All right, let's take some comments from you guys. Martini Racer claims green is down in Asia? What? Checking that too. No, I've heard no plans. Once in a while, people ask me if Trump is planning to attack or Israel's planning to attack Iran, like in the coming few days. No, I've heard nothing about that. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. According to the internet that I'm seeing, in China, Japan, mainland China, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, green is used for down and red is up in the stock market there. That's very interesting. So you're seeing green. Very interesting. Raven says, watching from Canada, not going to U.S. anytime soon. 2 hours and 32 minutes until the tariffs start. Wow. Stiller Seas, our viewer says, total crash, bulls had their fun. By the way, thanks to our new member, Christian Brault, over there on YouTube. Thank you. Let's show you some of these tariffs that are coming into force tonight. Okay, this is the Wikipedia page for tariffs in the second Trump administration. And if you go down here on the right, it lists they just did a nice table here with the tariffs that are going to be on different countries. So remember, all the countries on the list, which I believe are most countries, got 10%. But a bunch of countries, many countries, are getting more than 10%. The 10% is already in effect. But look at all these countries where you're going to see more tariffs. Cambodia is going to get 49% tariffs. That means everything coming into the U.S. from Cambodia, the importer, the person or group in the or entity in the U.S. that imports it has to pay those tariffs. They get paid in the U.S. by the importer. So 49% from Cambodia. China, this is actually not up to date. China is now 84%. That's on top of the 20% previous tariffs from Trump. So it's going to be a total of 104% from China. What a huge impact that's going to have. Israel, 17%. Japan is going to be 24%. Laos, 48%. I'm just picking some random ones. EU, the European Union, is 20%. Philippines, 17%. Pakistan, 29%. Taiwan, 32%. Vietnam, 46%. And there's a bunch more there. That's all that comes into effect in 2 hours and 29 minutes and 46 seconds. Also, as I was saying earlier in our broadcast today, in the earlier broadcast, I would not at all be surprised to see China come out very shortly after these tariffs take effect, assuming they do take effect. I believe China will have something ready, a retaliation, because China implied they are going to retaliate further. And I have seen them in the past do it where it's like very shortly after the new U.S. tariffs go into effect, they come out with something. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if they are just sitting there waiting until 2.5 hours from now to come out with retaliation. And it could be quite significant because remember, what happened is President Trump said, I'm going to put 34% tariffs on China additional. Then China came out and said, well, we're going to put 34% on the U.S. And then Trump yesterday said, well, I'm putting 50% more on China. So how's China going to respond to that? I'll show you what China said today, which certainly to me made it sound like they're going to do something in response. But that we could see that happen while we're on the air. Let me pull that up here for you. If Trump changes his mind, how long will it be before he announces it? That's up to him. Could be in 5 seconds. It's up to him. Another thing that could happen is he could change his mind in a couple days. In a couple days, he could say, we've reached all these deals with different countries, and that's it for the tariffs. Isn't that basically what happened when he put those tariffs on Canada and Mexico? When was that? A month ago or something? It lasted for a couple days, and then he said, I'm going to delay it. Oh, Bitcoin, one of our viewers said. Bitcoin has dropped a bit. It is at $75,074. Roughly $75,100 right now for Bitcoin. Remind me to keep an eye on that as well. Tommy Guy thinks he won't change his mind. That's not what the purpose... Hold on. I'm trying to read this, Tommy Guy. Trying to read your comment. Flew by. Where's Tommy Guy's comment? I know Tommy Guy said he's not going to change his mind. Where was Tommy Guy? Over on Twitch? Hold on. I apologize, Tommy Guy. Tony L. Tiger says China's going to fight till the end. Camphibious thinks it's absolute madness one person has so much power in a, quote, democracy. That's what Camphibious said. Thanks, Love Francis, our subscriber. Matt, was it Matt Machine who said that? I'm trying to read some more comments. They're flying by. Matt Machine thinks China already won. Okay, here is this statement I want to show you from China from today. I really think you're going to see a strong Chinese response to this. So that's what I'm seeing, the signals wise. Where is, oh, I know what I have to do. Hang on a moment here. Let me check something. Let me check something here and fix something. I just figured out something I needed to do. Okay, now this, copy, paste. Oh, wonderful. That's good. Copy, paste. That was helpful. Where is this here? Where's news? News. Here it is. I found the statement from China from today, from the 8th, which I want to show to you. Oh, thanks, by the way, very much to Roku John, who says, crazy time we're living in. Hey, thank you, Roku John. That's very nice of you. Roku John. Also, thank you to, oops, hang on a moment here. To Natasha. Hey, thank you, Natasha. So nice of you. Also, thanks so much to Enema, who says, this was the plan all along. It's why Trump was elected. The dump will continue. Tariffs are mostly just noise. If Bitcoin gets to 64,000, load up, no fear. Wow, that's from Enema. And thanks to Luke Zdanowicz. Luke Zdanowicz, who thinks Trump is losing his mind. Hey, thanks, Luke. That's very nice of you. So here is 2 hours and 23 minutes and 52 seconds. That is the time left until the tariffs take effect. Oh my gosh. Hey, thanks Loki for your support. Loki 1988. 2 hours, 23 minutes, 37 seconds. Here is what China had to say today from the Chinese Ministry of Commerce. Ministry of Commerce spokesperson remarks on U.S. threat to raise tariffs on China. China has noted that on April 7th Eastern Time, the United States threatened to impose a further 50% tariff on China, which China firmly opposes. By the way, Trump has said that's happening. The White House released a statement on this. I can show you, but it's official. 50% has been added to the tariff, so 84% new tariffs on China starting at 12:01 a.m. For a total of 104%. If the United States implements the tariff escalation measures, China will resolutely take countermeasures to safeguard its own rights and interests. So there you go. China's right there saying, if these go into effect, they're going to take countermeasures. As I said, don't be surprised if just a very short time after 12:01 a.m., you hear about countermeasures from China. China says the U.S.'s imposition of so-called reciprocal tariffs on China is groundless and a typical unilateral bullying practice. The countermeasures China has taken, which means the 34% retaliation in response for the initial U.S. 34% announced, the countermeasures China has taken are to safeguard its sovereignty, security, and development interests and maintain the normal international trade order, which is completely legitimate. The U.S. threat to escalate tariffs on China further, by 50%, is a mistake on top of a mistake, which once again exposes the blackmail nature of the U.S. China will never accept it. If the U.S. insists on its own way, China will fight to the end. China reiterates that there are no winners in a trade war and there's no way out for protectionism. Pressure and threats are not the right way to deal with China. China urges the U.S. to immediately correct its wrong practices, cancel all unilateral tariff measures against China. Well, that hasn't happened. Stop suppressing China's economy and trade, and properly resolve differences with China through equal dialogue on the basis of mutual respect. Well, that sounds to me like a country who's getting ready to put on they say they're ready to take countermeasures when these tariffs go into effect. Dissy, our viewer, thinks China-Europe trade is going to boom after this. How soon can we see prices go up? I'll have to read about that. I don't know how long. So, I would assume if companies have like stuff in inventory, then the prices on that won't go up. I don't know. But if there's stuff that you buy that's being brought into the U.S. regularly, I would assume you're going to see prices go up pretty soon. It's a good question. I don't know, because I just don't know how long that takes to filter through. Maybe one of the articles I have will say something about that. Two hours, 20 minutes. This is really big if it happens, guys. It's very, very big. Very, very big. New Life says, I won't be able to get my Temu hauls in cheap Chinese knockoffs anymore. Well, maybe we'll get into this in a little bit, but Trump, as part of this, also got rid of this exception that companies like Shein and Temu were using to avoid customs duties when they ship stuff over. So that stuff is expected to get a lot more expensive. Shein and Temu stuff. Well, maybe we can talk about that in a little bit. Oh, Bitcoin, hang on a moment. Bitcoin is at 75,361. Okay. It fell under 75,000, I guess, for a little bit. But I'll keep an eye on that too. Got Sout thinks America is strong and China will cave in time. I am just checking for updates here. Give me a moment. A couple of our viewers have mentioned low oil prices. Yes, oil prices have gone down in recent days because it is anticipated there'll be less oil demand because economies won't be doing as well. So we can talk about that in a little bit too. Lucas mentioned Bitcoin dipping. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin has been going up and down the last few days. As the market's gone down, Bitcoin's got down. It's not gone exactly down when the market goes down, but it's certainly gone down a bunch the last few days. It's now at 75,438. We're going to keep an eye on it during the stream. Karen Moore says, I don't think Trump will back down on tariffs unless he can announce a way for him to look successful. Saving face is more important to him than our 401ks. Wow. Our viewer from, I believe from Israel, because the name is in Hebrew, I might be wrong about that, says the Shanghai composite index is now open in China. The Shanghai Composite Index looks like it's down about 3%. Let me check this. The Shanghai Composite Index in China is down. It says it's up. All right, maybe it's up. Hold on a second. I got to get it. There's different sites. Two sites are saying two different things. Maybe one's talking about yesterday, one's talking about today. I gotta check again. Okay. No, the Shanghai Composite is down 1.13%. Okay. According to Wall Street Journal, that's what it's. They said it's gone down that much. So. Let me just make sure on this. Hong Kong Hang Seng Index is down 3.6%. Japan Nikkei Index is down 3.6%. India stocks, S&P BSE Sensex is up 1.5%. Australia down 1.5%. South Korea down 1%. Oh, in stock futures. Are futures being traded right at this moment or not? I never know when they're open or not. If I have this right, Dow futures are down like 1.37. People are saying they are open. As if I'm seeing this right, Dow futures are down 1.37%, S&P down 1.6%, NASDAQ down 1.68%. Okay. By the way, thank you to Hebrew Jerusalem Prince, who thinks the tariffs will backfire. Thank you, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince. Let me take some comments from you guys. 2 hours and 13 minutes. Oh, I don't have the live board of the Nikkei index anymore. Well, it was nice while we had it. Let me take some comments from you guys on this historic night, whatever you think about it. I'm going to get a video from Beijing. AFP says, coming up, view from Central Business District as Trump administration's tariffs on Chinese imports come into effect. I don't know when I'll have that video. That might be fun to show. I'll keep an eye out. All right. You can see here, Trump's latest round of tariffs are poised to go into effect. Let me take some comments. Dr. McRib says, it's funny how Trump made all his billionaire buddies poorer. Oh yeah, I'm going to be on until the deadline, until they come into effect. I'm not getting off the air before then. Skip Fu says, will either backfire or not backfire, would make a good poll. Maybe we'll do that poll later. Thank you, Skip Fu. The first one I want to do is I'm going to ask you, will these come into effect or will something happen? Blip says, about to be a buyer's market. Thank you to Resist and X First, who says, history shows that tariffs lead to economic depressions and wars. Just look at history, guys. That's from Resist and X First. Okay, so the poll question is, Will Trump cancel/delay the tariffs? Before 12:01. Yes or no? That's basically the poll. I already posted it on YouTube. Let's see what you guys say. This is your last chance to vote on this before 12:01. Okay, posting it on Twitch as well. 12:01 Eastern time, by the way. I'm on Central Time where I am right now. That's why my clock says 8:50, because it's Central Time. Let me post the poll on Facebook too. Then I will show you the results. This would be pretty last minute. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see what you guys are saying about this. Let's see what you guys are saying after I shut myself off. Okay, now, we're doing this a little different way right now. All right, let's try this. Doing things a little differently tonight. Okay, so if I do this and I say, all right, give me a second. I'll do this. Capture. Okay, doing this now. Doing things a little differently here. So just while I do things a little differently, just please hang out for a second while I do things a little differently. All right. Is this going to work? I think it's going to work. A little bit of a pain. Okay, now, let's see if this worked. There it is. All right, I sort of did it. Can we make this bigger? YouTube is 92% no, 8% yes. I'm going to leave that up there. And then, by the way, it's 100% no on Facebook right now, 100% no. And then over on Twitch, let me show you what the Twitch people are saying. And I got to do this way. Oopsie. What did I just do? Oh, I see what I did. I did the wrong thing. There, let's go back to that. Let's try this again. Where am I here? There. Okay. I'm just getting this up on the screen for you right now. Okay. Doing this a little bit differently tonight, so apologies while I get this all settled in. Boom, boom, boom. Did I do it right? Let's see. I think I did. Yes, on Twitch, 92% say no. 91% say no on YouTube. When I last checked Facebook, it was 100% say no. So the large majority of you, the vast majority of you think there's going to be no canceling going on. Well, we have 2 hours and 6 minutes to see. Thanks for voting in our poll. Quick thank you to Patricia, thanks to a bunch of our members, Loki, Patricia Grace, Pops, Evelyn in Maine, Sean, Barry, just to name a few over there on YouTube, Mark Boutel. Also thank you to Amir Safdari from Canada. Thanks so much, Amir. I really appreciate that. Also, Michael MacIsaac, who said, was that the most lopsided poll in AFTV history? I don't know if it was in history. I mean, I think we've had some like 100 ones basically, but I mean, that was pretty lopsided. Thanks, Jeff Manji, who says we must embrace change. That's what Jeff said. Thanks also to Massachusetts Guy for the bits, and R Green 145A, and Oxytropis. Oh no, I'm behind on Twitch and thanking people. Dark Crypto, Oxytropis, R Green 145A, and Massachusetts Guy. Thanks for the bits. Hold on a moment here. I hate when I miss those. Okay, one moment. One moment. Two hours and 4 minutes and 24 seconds. Just going to make sure, I'm just going to check for updates. Want to make sure I don't miss anything big. We're running out of time for anything to happen before these take effect, guys. We are running out of time. We are going to be here live. Thanks, Joe's Crayons, for watching too. I'm going to end the poll over there on YouTube. All right, let's check this out. Let's get an update here. You can see here from AP, Trump's latest round of tariffs are poised to go into effect. Here's what we know. President Trump has launched tariff wars with nearly all of America's trading partners, and there's no end in sight. A number of sweeping new taxes on goods from other countries are already here, with more. But the bigger ones are taking effect tonight, with more set to take effect as soon as Wednesday, 12:01 a.m. Trump has promised higher rates for his latest and most severe volley of duties, which he calls reciprocal tariffs. Trump announced his latest and most sweeping round of tariffs on April 2nd, which he called Deliberation Day. Trump declared that the U.S. would now tax nearly all of America's trading partners at a minimum of 10%. That's come into effect, and impose steeper tariff rates for countries that he says run trade surpluses with the U.S. The 10% baseline went into effect on Saturday, and when the clock strikes midnight Wednesday, well, it's actually 12:01. At 12:01 on Wednesday, Trump's higher import tax rates on dozens of countries and territories will take hold. That is, unless anything changes in the 11th hour. Nothing has changed yet. We have 2 hours and 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The steeper levies run as high as 80%. Actually, it's more than that, because China, it's now 84% new. But aside from China, the steeper levies run as high as 50%, with the biggest rate landing on small economies that trade little with the U.S., including the American Kingdom of Lesotho, if I'm pronouncing that right, I might not be. Some other rates would include a tax of 47% on imports from Madagascar, 46% on Vietnam, 32% on Taiwan, 25% on South Korea, 24% on Japan, and 20% on European Union, and 84% on China, on top of the 20% that was already happening on China. Oh, it says it down here. Economists warn that the taxes, the levies, the tariffs will raise the prices of goods consumers buy each day, particularly as these new tariffs build on some previous trade measures. Trump last week announced a tariff of 34% on China, which would come on top of a 20% of levies he put on the country earlier this year. And then Trump since said, it's not just threatened, he announced, it's official, the document has come out saying there will be another 50% on Chinese goods. That would bring the combined total to 104% against China. The White House press secretary said today Trump had not been considering an extension or delay for coming rate increases. Now, by the way, China has said they're going to retaliate for the extra 50%, which I think they might do shortly after 12:01 a.m. Will Trump then raise the tariffs on China even more after they come back and raise the tariffs more after Trump did the 50%? I think Trump could, right? Remember, Trump said 34% on China. China said 34% on the US. Trump said 50% on China. China has said we're going to respond to that. There's other tariffs too, remember. A handful of tariffs are already in effect, including Trump's 10% baseline tax on Saturday. Prior to that, Trump had rolled out several other rounds of tariffs targeting particular countries and products. His 25% tariffs on auto imports began last Thursday, for example, kicking off with taxes on fully imported cars. Those taxes are set to expand to applicable auto parts in the following weeks through May 3rd. Canada responded today with a 25% levy on auto imports for the U.S. that do not comply with the 2020 U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. Those go into effect tomorrow. Trump's expanded steel and aluminum tariffs went into effect last month. Both metals are taxed at 25% across the board. Trump has also posted 25% duties on goods from Canada and Mexico, but he suspended those. It's not clear what's going on with when those would come back, if those will come back. Oh, goods complying with the USMCA can continue to enter the U.S. duty-free. I don't know if that's going to be taken off. Goods from Canada and Mexico. So, anyways, the Canada and Mexico stuff could change. It looks here like it's goods from Canada and Mexico complying with the USMCA agreement can continue to enter the U.S. duty-free. According to the White House, other imports are still levied at 25% from Canada and Mexico, as well as a lower 10% duty on potash and Canadian energy products. Remember also that President Trump said tonight that we're going to be announcing very shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals. The White House press pool said that Trump complained tonight the U.S. doesn't produce its own pharmaceuticals anymore and talked about disparities in what other people in other countries pay for pharmaceuticals and said we're going to be announcing very shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals. Guys, we are at, what happened here. Give me a moment. One hour, 56 minutes, 30 seconds. 1 hour, 56 minutes, 30 seconds. It's less than that right now. Nona Moisu thinks this will be a mess. Simo says Trump has gone tariff crazy. One of our viewers said, I'll bet China nationalizes something, but the comment flew by. I don't know where it is. Adam Kashi says, just cut out China completely. What will China do in response? We might find that out very soon. Our viewer HMN says Trump's plan to turn America into North Korea right on schedule. Dissy says, I hope American workers are ready to work in factories to produce $1 trinkets. Sandy Doggo thinks this is going to cause a global recession. Shaggy says nobody can cut China out completely. LCS Fox thinks China is not scared. Patricia Grace says these are crazy times. Hey, thank you to CivLab, who says Trump and China treating the tariffs like they are bidding on eBay. I wonder who will win the bid. Oy vey. 1 hour, 54 minutes, 10 seconds. We are counting down. Wow. It really looks like it's going to happen. Here's the thing about the pharmaceutical imports, by the way. I'll show you that in a second. That's different. That's different. That's a different thing. Oh, I got to show you what the White House posted tonight. This just says, President Trump said the U.S. will soon announce a major tariff on pharmaceutical imports. He said the tariff will incentivize drug companies to move their operations to the U.S. I assume that might make pharmaceutical prices go up. Valora says wrecking ball would be an understatement. I have the White House statement that came out tonight. Little update about Asian stock markets, by the way. Japan's Nikkei index is, I'll tell you in a second, down about 3%. Hang Seng Hong Kong down 2.8%. Shanghai Composite China 1.6%. Shenzhen China 0.3%. Remember, the Chinese government has stepped in to support stocks there as of a couple days ago. Australia, S&P ASX 200 down 1.14%. Kospi in South Korea down 0.8%. Taiwan SE index down 1.78%. India Bombay Sensex index up 1.5%. And currently Bitcoin is at 76,351. This is the document that was published tonight, the new order this makes official the 50% additional tariffs on China. Amendment to reciprocal tariffs and updated duties as applied to low-valued imports from the People's Republic of China. It looks like maybe Trump actually might have raised the fees on those, like, that he's going to put on those goods that are like from companies like Temu and Shein. I'll show you this in a second. Hey, thanks to Amir Safdari from Canada, who says, when is the next hands-off protest? I think that's the only hope. Amir seems to be quite concerned about the tariffs, along with a bunch of our other viewers are very concerned about the tariffs. Thank you also, Flip Dizzies. So, this is basically the document where they make it official that there's going to be 50% more tariffs on China. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but if you go down here, you can see here, where is it here? Right here. In recognition of the fact that China has announced it will retaliate against the U.S. in response to the original executive order, effective with respect to goods entered for consumption or withdrawn from warehouse for consumption on or after 12:01 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on April 9th, 2025. That's an hour and 50 minutes and 26 seconds from now. Heading blah, blah, blah of this shall be amended by deleting 34% each place that it appears and inserting 84%. See, that's up 50%. And then this part of the previous executive order shall be amended by deleting 34% and inserting 84%. Also, de minimis tax increase. So the de minimis exception is basically this exception that allowed Shein and Temu to send stuff cheap into America, ship stuff cheap into America. It's really simplifying it, but and that was originally, Trump had originally said that was going to go away, but it looks like he might have increased the fees that are going to be put on. Because you can see here it says, I also deem it necessary and inappropriate to increase the rate of duty from 30% to 90%, to increase the per postal item containing goods from $25 to $75. That starts on May 2nd, it looks like. And then to increase the fee on June 1st from $50 to $150. So I'm just guessing here. I haven't gone back and read anything. This basically what this de minimum exception said is if you ship stuff from China here, I don't know if it applied to every country. Maybe it applied to every country, but it certainly applied to China. If you ship stuff to from China to here and it was worth less than a certain amount, I don't know if remember it was like $800, you didn't have to pay some customs duty on it. Well, now you're going to have to because Trump has taken that away. And I think in this document, he basically raised the fees that were going to be charged for each package. So like, it looks to me like previously Shein or Temu could send you a package from China and there'd be no duty on it. But now, like as of May 2nd, I think it'll be $75 a package. And I think if I'm reading this right, as of June 1st, it'll be $150 a package. If I'm reading this right. I may be reading this wrong. That's my best attempt. So don't take me as the gospel on this. But just looking this over, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like as part of this announcement where he put the 50% extra tariffs on China, he's also doing this thing where he's now bumping up the amount even more that these packages from places like Shein and Temu are going to be charged. Now, if I'm reading this right, obviously that's going to put a crimp in the sales of Shein and Temu because people were buying cheap stuff there cheap. So obviously, if you were spending a few bucks to buy something on Shein or Temu, it's probably not going to be economical to send it to you if the fee on that package is $75 or $150. Anyway, so I know he's gotten rid of that exception, but don't I'm not an expert. I just saw this tonight. That's my best guess at what this is saying, but I could be wrong about it. I'll post a link to this document and you can look at it yourself. This document just came out a couple hours ago, I think. Christy Claff says, glad I got my clothes the other day then. Oh, Sherry says, my niece's orders have been canceled by these companies. NY Committee says, this sucks. Anyways, you can see it says Donald Trump, the White House, signed tonight. So, signed today. Signed April 5th. Where is this here? Oh, hold on a second. Why is that not showing up? Hold on. There's a reason that's not showing up. I know it. There. April 8th. Ron Lolordo says, is Amazon going to absorb some of the increased costs? I was reading some articles saying that that de minimis exception going away might impact Amazon, but I don't know how much. I'm just not sure. Maybe they have stuff being shipped in from China that way. I'm not sure. I'll see if I can find out something about it. I just saw this. South Korea announces emergency measures for auto industry hit by U.S. tariffs. This is from Reuters. South Korea today, Wednesday, so tomorrow, but today, it's Wednesday there, announced emergency support measures for its auto sector, seeking to reduce the blow of U.S. President Trump's tariffs on a sector that has seen years of sharply rising exports to the United States. Remember, this isn't even from the new tariffs tonight. This is from the 25% tariff on imported cars and light trucks. Starting on Thursday? Oh, didn't it already start? Or did it not start? Hold on a minute. This says last Thursday. Was it last Thursday or this Thursday? We're going to figure this out. Trump auto taxes. No, last week. The New York Times says Trump's 25% tariffs on imported vehicles, which went into effect last week. Anyways, that's what they already are in effect. Anyways, though, this article, which is from today, says manufacturers in South Korea will eventually alter production and possibly cease importing certain low volume models into the U.S. market. The tariff on imported cars by Trump is expected to cause significant damage to South Korean automakers and auto parts manufacturers, says this article. The government will raise policy financing support for the auto industry and lower taxes on automobile purchases. Anyways, I just wanted to, that's just one country being impacted by just the auto tariffs. Susan Stater says this is depressing. Something about oil here. You guys mentioned oil. Oil slides nearly 4% as U.S. kicks off 104% tariffs with China. That kicks off in an hour and 42 minutes and 8 seconds. Reuters says oil prices dropped to their lowest in more than 4 years in early trade on Wednesday on looming demand concerns fueled by an escalating tariff war between the U.S. and China, the world's two biggest economies, and a rising supply outlook. Lowest oil prices, since February 2021. Both benchmarks have tumbled over the 5 consecutive sessions since U.S. President Trump announced sweeping tariffs on most imports, sparking concerns of a global trade war that would dent economic growth and hit demand for fuel. The U.S. will impose a 104% tariff total on China starting at 12:01 a.m. Beijing vowed not to bow to what it called U.S. blackmail after Trump threatened the additional 50% tariff on Chinese goods. And remember, China says it will retaliate for the new additional 50% of tariffs, which is going to be imposed in an hour and 40 minutes and 57 seconds. We might find out shortly after 12:01 what China's response will be. Get ready for that. Initially, Trump said 34% new tariffs on China. China, in response, said 34% tariffs on U.S. Now Trump has said 50% more on China. Is China going to say 50% more on the U.S.? What other actions? What might China take actions against certain U.S. companies doing business in China? Big Al 69 says, we are cooked. Kayak thinks China is tired of being bullied. Hey, a quick thanks to Chris for your support. Chris says, in the 80s, we had a doomsday clock that ends at midnight. If Iran doesn't cease its pursuit of nuclear weapons, then I fear they will be in trouble. Thank you, Chris, for your support. That's very kind of you. Thanks also, Amir Safdari. Thank you, Amir, for all your support. Amir's been watching since the days we were covering COVID. Wow. Hey, Amir, that's really nice of you. Thanks for being such a loyal viewer. Mark says, only the weak will fail. Thank you, Uncle Lester Cam, who says, personally, I am fine making sacrifices with my savings if it humbles Canadians and makes them fear us. Whoa. Dan Lampkin, our viewer, writes in and says, it must be a scary time for a country like El Salvador that has backed up its currency with Bitcoin. Could the country go bankrupt if Bitcoin crashes? Well, I don't know specifically off the top of my head how much they have. They've put a lot into Bitcoin. They are heavily invested into it. How exactly it would impact then if there was like a huge crash in Bitcoin, I do not know. I don't know. It's a good question. By the way, El Salvador's president is coming to the U.S. on April 14th, the White House announced today. Thank you, Dan, for writing in. I want to thank our moderators. Ruth Krafasi is over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth, for being there. Robert's May Queen is there. Thank you. Where is this thing I was going to show you? Oh, I want to show you something else. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Sarah, thank you. Facebook, we have, on X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank Paul Anderson. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thank you. Hey, thanks to Carol Yine, our new member. Thank you, Carol. Thanks also to our subscribers on Twitch, people like Sarah, Night Owl, Shaggy, Wall Street, Chi-Town Bear. I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Allistic, Massachusetts Guy. Planes Were Cool, thanks for subscribing. Douthis. Infected Pie, who says R.I.P. Mazda. Does Mazda still exist? I don't even know. That's my question. Does Mazda exist? Maybe it does. According to the internet, it still exists. People are saying yes. Maybe they make great cars. I don't know. I haven't seen a Mazda lately. Okay. I wanted to show you this. 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 50 seconds until the big new Trump tariffs take effect. So the 10% on many countries is already in effect. But if you look at Wikipedia here, tariffs in the second Trump administration, you can see this chart showing you some of the other tariffs that are going to take effect on more than 10% on a lot of countries. For instance, Cambodia, 49%. China, that's actually old. It's now going to be 84% of new tariffs on China for a total of 104%. I'm not kidding. India, 26%. Israel, 17%. Japan, 24%. The EU, 20%. Malaysia, 24%. Philippines, 17%. South Korea, 25%. Sri Lanka, 44%. Taiwan, 32%. Just as an example. That's going to happen unless something happens. We're running out of time for something to happen. We're running out of time for, say, Trump to say, I'm putting a pause on this. He still could. But we're running out of time. 1 hour, 34 minutes, 38 seconds. We are running out of time. Xylee says those taxes are insane. One of our viewers said they thought that our viewer Rico, is it? No, Hollow? It's like a strange font. Hollow? Says Temu has American warehouses. This won't, the taking away of their shipping exemption won't affect them for at least a while. That's what our viewers said. Robbie Rob says, laughable. Trump will not break down. Now, another possibility is that there could be some deals announced in the coming days. Speaking of which, I'm going to show you something about this. Check this out. U.S. agriculture chief says new deals may be struck over tariffs by end of week. This is from Reuters. The U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said today that new deals could be struck with other countries over trade tariffs by the end of this week. She said this to Fox News host Brett Baer on the network's special report show. President Trump said last week he would impose a 10% baseline tariff on all imports to the U.S. and higher duties on dozens of other countries. The higher duties are coming into effect tonight. For example, there's going to be a total of 104% duties on all imports from China. She said to Fox, the agricultural secretary, I believe sincerely it will be sooner rather than later. I believe we'll be hearing about new deals that are being struck, perhaps by the end of the week. She claimed 70 countries had reached out to the U.S. for talks. The Italian prime minister is due to visit next week. The administration has scheduled talks with South Korea and Japan already. So, I mean, in a couple days, you could start hearing about all these deals the U.S. has done, and then the tariffs go away. Stuart Morris says, watch the futures, something crazy might happen. The U.S. futures that I'm seeing are Dow down 0.68%, S&P down 0.71%, NASDAQ down 0.5%. Raven Knight says, you will pay those tariffs. John Rocker says, tariffs are not going away. Suchiya says, double the tariffs, it is not enough. Shaggy says, there is no tomorrow. One of our viewers said, what are the U.S. exports to China? Well, that sounds like a good question for the internet. I'm going to ask the internet and see what it says. The final countdown. If I own the rights to the music, I would play the final countdown now, but I do not own the rights to the music. Okay. One list I saw from Google AI said top exports to China from the U.S. include oil seeds and grains, like that includes things like soybeans and corn, oil and gas, education services, medicines, aerospace parts and equipment, semiconductors and components, navigational and measuring instruments, motor vehicles, industrial machinery, meat products. Those are some of them. The U.S.-China Business Council says that the top, in a report they came out with this year, said the top export from the U.S. to China is, hold on, I'll tell you what they said. Oil seeds and grains, crops like soybeans, wheat, and corn are the largest U.S. export to China. Okay? Also oil, gas, pharmaceutical, and medicine exports. There's a bunch of stuff. Services exports. It's interesting, this idea that the U.S. also, maybe China will take action against U.S. companies. 1 hour, 27 minutes, 47 seconds. I have not seen any kind of announcement of a pause yet on the tariffs. I'm looking. By the way, Bitcoin right now is at 76,000 roughly. Sports card collector says, I like what Trump's doing. I trust this will be good for all of us. That's what sports card collector says. All right, give me one moment here. I'm going to pull up some more things for you. We're getting very close here. 1 hour, 26 minutes. This seemed kind of interesting here. Going to pull something up for you. Can I pull it up here? Hold on. Hold on a moment. Just a moment. Oops. It's interesting. Where is it here? Sorry, I'm trying to pull this up for you. I'll just read it if I have to. Oh, I think I have it. Apple. Apple built iPhones on globalization. Trump's tariffs threatened that. It's from the Washington Post. It talks about somebody who's upgrading an old iPhone now, before the tariffs. Last week, Trump unveiled plans to dramatically raise tariffs on imports, including from China, where Apple produces the bulk of its iPhones. Trump is set to increase the minimum tariff on Chinese goods to 104% in 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 2 seconds, likely driving up the cost of Chinese-made goods in the U.S. Over the years, the company has diversified its manufacturing base by ramping up production of its devices in India and Vietnam, two countries that Trump also hit with significant tariffs. Consumers aren't the only ones rushing to insulate themselves from the potential fallout of the trade war. The entire tech industry is now grappling with a wave of stringent tariffs that threaten their supply chains and business outlook. Economists and analysts estimate that the price of a $1,000 iPhone could rise by $250 or more if tariffs persist. The iPhone is in many ways the ultimate symbol of the age of globalized supply chains. Its supply chains is designed in it's designed in California by highly paid engineers and designers, but it's assembled in China and India with parts sourced from many different suppliers, each of which has its own complicated supply chain. The complexity has allowed Apple to become one of the world's most valuable companies and a cultural and economic force. Trump has declared an economic revolution that seeks to wipe away that system. Instead, he wants those supply chains and parts suppliers to be inside the U.S. employing American workers. It's unclear whether companies such as Apple, with a hefty profit margin on high-end phones, will absorb the extra costs or pass it on to consumers. Some analysts say price increases could start in a matter of weeks. Weeks! Once Apple has sold all of its devices stocked in the U.S. That's very interesting. Somebody said, when will prices go up? For iPhones, it might be in weeks. Let's see here. If Apple is forced to hike iPhone prices, this move could inspire more consumers to hang on to their devices in September when the company reportedly plans to unveil 3 new iPhone models. I wonder what they'll cost. Industry watchers are split, says the Washington Post, on whether Apple will pass along the full brunt of these additional tariffs to consumers. Maybe they won't. If Apple did start producing the devices in the US, the 1-2 punch of steep American labor costs, the article says, and a reliance on parts from predominantly Asian suppliers could mean significantly higher iPhone prices. A person familiar with Apple's plans said iPhone manufacturing is not coming back to America. Interesting talk about iPhones. Not clear if they will raise the prices or not to offset these tariffs. Something will have to give. That's from the Washington Post. And there's all kinds of other products that you might buy off the shelf, consumer goods, products that businesses bring in from other countries to use when they make stuff. So many issues here, said one of our viewers. I agree. I'm Penelope thinks Samsung will go up also. An hour and 20 minutes. Guys, it's an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20. This is, I think, just a huge, huge story. Even if it were just tariffs on China, even if it were just that, it would be an enormous story. But don't forget about all the other countries. Hey, thanks, Ken Lance. He says, while I think President Trump might be on the right direction with his evolving tariff policy, I think he may be moving too quickly to gain public acceptance. You know, we haven't seen the prices go up. I mean, maybe some prices have gone up in certain things, but you know, if these tariffs do go into effect in an hour, 19 minutes, and 15 seconds, and they stay into effect for a while, you're going to see big price increases. How is the public going to react to that? I don't know. Thanks to Trenton Cassidy. I don't know how I was thinking about that the other day. How am I going to feel like if I go to buy something and it's like 30 or 40% more? I'm probably not going to be happy about it. Just something I know I'm going to have to get, or something I might periodically get. Or, you know, you update a phone or a computer every few years or something like that. What if it's just like food stuff that you buy? You know? Chris N says, we'll stop buying stuff we don't need. Mark Boutel says, quick trip, here we come. Jedi Chicken says, paying 40% more to the government is what to the U.S. government is what the golden age is all about. Clark thinks iPhones could be $7,000 and people would still buy it. I don't know if as many people would still buy it. Harvinius says, you can't just bring the manufacturing back. You also have to bring back the materials back to big time cluster. Blue Lotus says LG prices will go up. I saw stuff about like footwear going way up, possibly. There was an article also in the Post a few days ago, buy these electronics now before tariffs kick in. What did they have to say? iPhone and other smartphones. Nearly all the 5 phones that we buy in the US are imported from China. Okay? Nearly all the phones we buy in the US are imported from China. Until the Trump administration took office in January, there were no tariffs on Chinese-made phones, laptops, and tablets. Not anymore. China's phones and other China-made products. Oh, this article was written before the extra 50%. It says China's phones and other made China products like most iPads and some Macs will soon have, oh, it's not 54% anymore. It's 104% tariff applied. Unless Apple manages to negotiate a different arrangement, well, that hasn't been done yet. There's been no company carve-outs yet. According to estimates from economists and industry experts, that has potential to increase the price of a $1,000 iPhone by $250 or more, and that was a few days ago. A tariff is not calculated on the $1,000 retail price for iPhones. Instead, the tariff is based on the imported value of products, which is not typically made public. Economists have said that the imported value is roughly half the iPhone sticker price. We really don't know, though, how much of the tariff might show up in the iPhones you buy. To pay for new tariffs, Apple could take a smaller profit for itself, force the Chinese factories and parts suppliers to cut their prices to offset the tariffs, raise the prices of Apple products, or a mix of those three. And I'm assuming for consumer goods in general, you have those kind of options. So it's not just about iPhones. Samsung makes far fewer of its smartphones in China, but it has significant manufacturing operations in Vietnam, which the White House said would have a new 46% tariff applied on imported products. Laptops. About 79% of laptops imported into the U.S. come from China. Those will now have a tariff rate of 104%. If electronics manufacturers raise their prices because of tariffs, it may not happen immediately. Some electronics manufacturers rushed to import products to the U.S. last year to have stockpiles in the country before Trump took office, but those inventories will probably run out in a few months, said an expert. In January, an analysis commissioned by the CTA estimated U.S. laptops prices could increase by about $357 on top of the average retail price of $793. That calculation was based on a higher rate of tariffs than was announced on China than announced this week, but this article was written when the tariffs were 54%, not 104%. Video game consoles are mostly made in China and some in Vietnam. Those could go way up. That would not be good news for companies like Nintendo and the Switch 2 game console, which is supposed to go on sale in June. E-bikes, interesting, e-bikes. Prices for bicycles and e-bikes will likely go up dramatically within 1 to 2 months, said an expert on the industry, Matt Moore. And again, this article was written when the tariffs on China were 54%, not 104%. The expert said many bicycles and e-bikes sold in the United States are made in China, Taiwan, Vietnam, or Cambodia. Tariffs on Chinese-made e-bikes already were significant, but the newly announced tariffs take them to 79%, he said, and that's going to be more than that now with the extra 50%, I think. Wow. Moore said companies may have no choice but to raise prices as a result of the higher tariffs. The profit margins on bicycles are slim, which leaves less wiggle room for manufacturers or retail stores to absorb new costs. So those are 4 types of items which definitely may go up in price for electronics items. That was from the Washington Post. Cynthia says, instead of buying new, buy refurbished. One of our viewers said, buy Dollar Tree. Look at this closely. Look at it closely. He says, everyone is terrified. Hey, thanks so much to Jonathan Sharp. I have had some ceviche while here multiple times. It's very good. I'll have it again. It is the national dish of Peru, from what I understand. Thank you to Sheep Animations. Sheep Animations thinks with these tariffs, not only will imported goods go up, but American goods will go up because American companies only care for money, not people. So I've heard some speculation that maybe American companies would raise prices if the prices of imports got raised that compete with them, because they could. I don't know what's going to happen. Also, maybe American companies will have greater expenses because some of the stuff they use in their products, they have to get from other countries. Right? Also, maybe if American companies sell stuff to other countries, they might get less profit from that because other countries might, well, if they sell stuff in China, China has announced, new tariffs on the US, for example. Smooth Blue says, in any scenario you're running, none of it is good. Jeffrey Chatagnier says the price gets passed on to the consumer. Shark Bite says my e-bike is made in Canada. Guys, an hour and 10 minutes and 49 seconds. I am not aware that President Trump has announced anything yet. I see no announcement about any kind of pause in the tariffs. We're running out of time for any kind of announcement to be made. This would be really last minute. By the way, I was just telling you guys, as part of Trump's announcement today, where he announced, well, there was a White House, an official document that came out, official presidential document that came out, which announced formally the 50% additional tariffs on China that Trump said he was putting into play, on top of the 34%. So 84% new tariffs, 104% total. In that document, as I told you, I said, it looks like Trump is also raising fees on the goods sent from companies like Shein and Temu into the U.S. He was already going to raise fees, but it looks like he's raising them even more. Well, I was right, because Bloomberg just came out with an article about this tonight, and they said Trump has raised even further the tariffs on small parcels that were until now exempt from taxes. This was parcels of stuff worth up to $800. Right. So, yes, Bloomberg literally quotes the document I was showing you. And what they say is that in this document, Trump had initially said, well, now I'm going to tariff all those packages of stuff worth $800 or less. I'm going to put a 30% tariff on them. Well, now that's going to be 90%. Also, he was going to charge fees on those packages per postal item. That was going to be $25 from basically in May 2nd to June 1st, and $50 after June 1st. Well, now it's going to be $75 starting on May 2nd and $150 per package on June 1st. That was new tonight. So in addition to raising the total tariffs on Chinese goods, Trump announced tonight that he is going to further increase the cost on the previously duty-free shipments into the U.S. that were of less than $800 that companies like Shein and Temu used a lot. So you can see here, this was an article from 5 days ago, which said Trump signs order ending duty-free treatment for cheap shipments from China. And that order said imported goods from China and Hong Kong sent outside the International Postal Network and valued at or under $800 would now be subject to duties. And it said they would be subject to a duty rate of either 30% of their value or 25% per item without increasing to $50. That's changed to 90%. Is it or 90%? The new order tonight said 90% tariff or fees of $75 starting May 2nd and $150 June 1st. Yeah, that's down here. Increase the ad valorem rate from 30% to 90%. Increase the per postal rate from 25 to 75 and 50 to 150. But maybe it's still or and not both. I don't know. The point is, Temu and Shein were doing a lot of business in the U.S. by shipping in these packages which were not having any kind of fees put on them. Now you're going to have, it looks like, either tariff rates of 90% on those packages or fees starting out at $75 per package and then going up in June to $150 per package. Our viewer, now I don't know if they'll do something like try to get around it by shipping the goods to other countries first or setting up warehouses here. I have no idea. But that's a big change, obviously. An hour and 5 minutes. Guys, an hour and 5 minutes. An hour and 5 minutes. I'll do a check on the international markets in a second. Look at this headline. Trump's latest tariffs loom set to deepen global trade war. Oh my gosh. Let me take some more comments here. Old man yells at clouds, thinks this is great news. Fight 1952 says, our viewer, this is not me, our viewer Fight 1952 says, good, stop buying cheap Chinese goods from Shein and Temu. Clothing lasts 2 wash cycles anyways. A lot of people like buying stuff from there. Apparently Fight 1952 is not happy with it. Body in Medbay says, are we hitting a level 2 circuit breaker tomorrow? Noble Galactic, our viewer, says MAGA is about to get a rude wake-up call. Where does the tariff money go as revenue? Enlightening Fart says, well, it gets paid to the U.S. government. I don't know who collects it. I don't know who collects these tariffs. Exactly. But it goes to the government. Bill Huang says a $75 fee for a $10 item. Fish Tacos says those fees on those packages from Shein and Temu are so expensive for a $2 pair of shoes. Massachusetts guy says bring back Sears, Caldor, Zayres, and Bradley's. You know what, Massachusetts guy? Being from Massachusetts myself, I think you spelled Zayres wrong. I'm not sure. I mean, it was a long time ago, so this is really not a big deal. Let's see here. Guys, an hour and 2 minutes. An hour and 2 minutes. Now less than an hour and 2 minutes. Let me give you an update on the world markets. What's going on? U.S. futures. If I'm reading this right, Dow futures down 0.75%, S&P futures down 0.83%, NASDAQ down 0.78%. Current price of Bitcoin, 75,592. Current markets, Asian markets. Let me look that up. Actually, before you do that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a little, like a 1 minute break right now. And then hopefully that can take me all the way to the deadline. I think I'm going to do that. So let me just do this real quick. How am I doing this? Okay. I'm going to take a 1 minute break. And then we're going to get into the final hour. Actually, in 28 seconds. Let's look at the clock here. We're just about at 1 hour left. Just about here. In 19 seconds, it'll be 1 hour left. Less than 1 hour left. Oh my gosh. Will we see a final hour, some kind of pause on the tariffs? Only 1 hour left for Trump to do something about it. We'll see. We're at an hour. All right. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back, and we'll take you for the final hour till tariffs. We're back. I was muted. We're back. It was like 2 minutes. 56 minutes, 45 seconds. Wow. It really might be happening. Let me get rid of that text there. It really might be happening, guys. In 56 minutes and 24 seconds, if nothing happens, there's going to be 104% tariff on all goods coming in from China. Let me read you some of the others here. In 55 minutes and 58 seconds, there will be, according to Wikipedia here, which has the list, that China number is old. It's going to be 84% new tariffs, 104% total. 26% on all goods coming in from India. 32% on Indonesia. 20% from the European Union. 49% from Cambodia. %, from Malaysia, 29% from Pakistan, 17% from the Philippines, 25% from South Korea, 44% from Sri Lanka, 32% from Taiwan, 46% from Vietnam. Raven Knight says that plush dog crypto doll will cost $160. Peter Shansel thinks there's a Trump recession coming. Waltham thinks watches will be up 31%. Major Matt Mason says just about everything built in the U.S. has Chinese components. Yes, as Core Po Ritz says, Trump earlier tonight said that he was going to soon impose a major tariff on pharmaceuticals. I don't think he's announced it yet, though, right? He didn't formally announce it. No, I don't believe so. Minus 80 says good China sucks. Marl33 says, of course it will happen. I'm going to do a poll question. Let's do a poll question. The poll question is going to be, assuming the tariffs happen, how long will the tariffs last? I know you could say, well, some will come off and some will come on, but I'm not going to get into the specifics. I'm just going to do just for a quick poll. Less than a week. One to 4 weeks or longer. You get the basic idea of the poll. So just answer to the best of your ability. Unleashed Flute says at least an hour. All right, I'm putting this in Twitch right now. How long will the tariffs last? Less than a week. 1 to 4 weeks. Longer. All right, it is now posted on Twitch, and let me just post it on Facebook. Paula Thompson says, my family can't really afford to pay even more for meds. I bet a bunch of families are in that situation. Oksana Didu says, is everyone really ready for these prices to rise again? Let me just post this poll over on Facebook, and then we'll see what you guys had to say about this. Hang on one moment. Okay. All right, so starting with YouTube. Let's see what YouTube had to say about this. I'm going to post the results right now from YouTube. Give me a moment here. I'm doing this a little bit of a different way. Oh, here we go. I'm getting the YouTube window for you right now. YouTube window coming up now. Here it is. I'm putting it on the screen. YouTube window. 17% say less than a week. 26% say 1 to 4 weeks. 58% say longer. So 57, more than half of you think longer than a month. Wow. All right. And let me throw the Twitch up there. Hang on one second here. That's not the one. That's not it. Where is it here? Ooh, I know what didn't work. Where is my... Okay, I did it. Sorry, I'm doing this a little bit of a different way tonight, so it's a little bit slower when I do this than it has been. But I'll learn how to do it faster. It's getting there. Here is the Twitch result, right there. Ooh, I got to make it bigger for you. 11% say less than 1 week. 25% say 1 to 4 weeks. 64% say longer. Pretty similar results on Twitch and YouTube right there. I'll check Facebook in a second. Thank you to Joe for your support. Joe says this will put pressure to open manufacturing away from China to Vietnam, for example. Well, maybe to other countries. I mean, Vietnam has big tariffs coming up too. Joe says maybe there'll be an agreement with Vietnam to remove the tariffs. Could be to handicap China, who is our biggest enemy / threat. Thank you, Joe. PZ Papa Zulu, thank you, says don't be a panikin, don't worry, be happy. Thank you also to 3Ds, who says U.S. manufacturing here, what cost $1 suddenly is $2.04. Manufacturing pass some or all along to consumer. Consumer pays tax on them. Government gets both the tariff and the tax. Interesting. Thank you to our new member, Just Me. Thanks, 3Ds, Joe, PZ Papa Zulu. No, there's no agreement with any country already about the tariffs. All the tariffs are going on. No agreement with Vietnam yet. Okay, let me just get these out of the way. Hey, by the way, Thanks also to, on Facebook, the results were, we might have, did it get posted on Facebook? Oh, I don't think it got posted. Did it get posted? I don't even know. Let me see. A bunch of Facebook, usually we get a bunch of people voting on Facebook. Let me check and see what people said in Facebook. I don't know if anybody could see it or I couldn't see the results or what. Usually people are voting. Facebook, did you guys see the poll? Oh, maybe nobody voted. I don't know if people saw it there. Oh no, Kay says we couldn't see it. All right, let me try it again on Facebook because it said it was on, but people are saying we couldn't see it. It's easy to post again. I'll try to post it again. Blame Facebook if it doesn't work. I just tried showing it again. Facebook, are you seeing it? Are you seeing the poll? If not, it's Facebook's fault. Literally, I've posted it in Facebook. And it says it's active. I'm sorry. I can only post it. It's literally telling me it's active. So I don't know what to do. It's terrible. Try it one more time. 45 minutes left. Oh my gosh, 45 minutes left. Can you see it now? All right, I give up. I think it posted a different. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Facebook. Blame Facebook. It's not me. I tried my best. I really did. Sorry, I just want to turn that off there. Brought the broadcast to a screeching halt. Okay, anyways, let's continue. Let's continue the broadcast. I apologize to Facebook that the poll didn't show up. All right. Reuters is reporting right now, Trump's latest tariffs loom set to deepen global trade war. President Trump's reciprocal tariffs on dozens of countries were set to take effect on Wednesday in 43 minutes and 44 seconds, including massive 104% duties on all Chinese goods, deepening his global trade war even as he prepared for negotiations with some nations. And I think you might hear China soon after 12:01 a.m. announce a retaliation for the new 50% tariffs that Trump added yesterday. Trump's punishing tariffs have shaken a global trading order that has persisted for decades, raised fears of recession, and driven worldwide stocks sharply downward. The S&P has now entered a bear market in the U.S. defined as 20% below its most recent high. A sell-off across Asian markets resumed on Wednesday after a brief respite, with Japan's Nikkei down over 3% and South Korea's won currency sliding to a 16-year low. U.S. stock futures also pointed to a fifth straight day of losses on Wall Street. Trump has offered investors mixed signals about whether the tariffs will remain in the long term, describing them as permanent, but also boasting that they are pressuring other leaders to ask for negotiations. He said, "We have a lot of countries coming in to make deals." The prospects of deals with other countries had pushed stock markets up earlier on Tuesday, but U.S. stocks ceded those gains by the end of the trading day. Economists have warned that U.S. consumers are likely to face higher prices on everything from sneakers to wine as a result of the trade war. The full effects of the tariffs that are going to take effect in 42 minutes might not be felt for some time, as any goods already in transit as of midnight will be exempt from the new taxes as long as they arrive in the U.S. by May 27th. "41 minutes, 31 seconds. We are getting very close. I have heard nothing about any kind of pause on the tariffs yet. Wow, by the way, I saw this earlier. This was really terrible, but I do want to mention it real quick. We haven't done a stream on it, but let me just pull up the story on here. The death toll in the roof collapse at a Dominican Republic nightclub is now 79. The roof of an iconic nightclub in the Dominican Republic capital collapsed early Tuesday during a merengue concert attended by politicians, athletes, and others, leaving at least 79 people dead and 160 injured. AP says nearly 12 hours after the top of the nightclub collapsed onto patrons, rescue crews were still pulling out survivors from under the debris. Crazy. Just terrible. Former MLB pitcher Octavio Dittel died. The sister of former baseball star Nelson Cruz died. I believe she was a local governor/politician. Nelsie Cruz, governor of the northwestern province of Monte Cristi. I don't know how this happened, but certainly condolences to the families of the victims and thoughts of everybody impacted by that. Really just awful. It wasn't immediately clear what caused the roof to collapse or when the building was last inspected, said AP. Sorry, I did want to mention it. I mean, because that death toll just went up a lot today and really terrible. Jazzy Renee says there was a singer that died in it too. Oh, the person performing died? Is that true? I hadn't seen that. Oh, yes. All right, so the AP article says relatives of merengue singer Ruby Perez, who was R-U-B-B-Y, Ruby, I'm not sure, who was performing when the roof collapsed, initially said he had been rescued. But Mendez later said Tuesday that wasn't true. He said rescue crews are still looking for the singer. The group's saxophonist was killed, says the article. Anyway, sorry, I know it's a bit of a different story. It's just something where some more news came out on it today. So I did want to mention it. It's really terrible. All right. Back to the tariffs situation. Bitcoin is at 75,654. I was going to mention the Asian stock markets for you. Right now, Asian markets Japanese Nikkei index down 2.6%, Hang Seng index Hong Kong down 1.4%, Shanghai composite and Shenzhen composite in China down 0.36% and 0.06%. Remember, Chinese government is supporting stocks there right now, supporting the stock prices. Australia, S&P ASX index 200 down 1.31%. South Korea's Kospi index down 0.76%. Taiwan SE index down 3.2%. India's Bombay Sensex up 1.49%. The Chinese government has stepped in to support stock prices. If I can find something on that for you. I know there was something about it recently. Give me one moment here. Here it is. China state firms pledge to boost share prices to calm markets. China sometimes does this. The government will step in if stocks are going down. Reuters reports that Chinese state holding companies vowed on Tuesday to increase share investment while a slew of listed firms announced share buybacks as Beijing stepped up efforts to stabilize a stock market rocked by U.S. tariff woes. The announcements by companies, including China Chengtong Holdings Group and China Reform Holdings Group, came a day after state fund Central Huijin said it would increase shareholdings to steady markets. China's stock market rebounded on Tuesday. China's state-owned asset regulator said on Tuesday it would guide state-owned companies to contribute to market stability, while the country's financial watchdog unveiled plans to raise stock investment limits for insurers. Basically, the government supporting the price of stocks. Alan Mandel says CCP disables sell function key and uses soft persuasion to inhibit funds from selling. I don't know if they disable the sell key, but they clearly step in. Chuck D30 thinks China is going to be in big trouble with all these tariffs. Mark Tutek thinks Trump is going for China's jugular. You should all be happy. Guys, 33 minutes. If Trump's going to step in and do something about this, like announce a pause, there's not much time left. There is not much time left, folks. We're just about there. Give me a moment. I'm checking his Truth Social. I don't see anything new. Oh my gosh, 32 minutes and 48 seconds. Word Him Up says Trump will announce a deal in his PJs soon. Do you know that in 32 minutes and 34 seconds, all goods coming in from China will have a 104% tariff on them? Hey, thanks to Enema for your Enema for your support. Enema says, ground yourself, drink water, breathe, buy a bidet. That's what Enema says. Thank you, Coco Rare Coins and Currency, who says, who says, don't check your 401k, folks. Helpful hint. Hope this gets worked out soon. Coco Rare Coins and Currency. Thank you very much. Thanks, Wicked Knight, our member, who says, all of this talk is fear-mongering by the mainstream media. Thank you, Hollow. It's hard to make out the name. Mix, something like Mixnific. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Thank you, Hollow, for becoming a member. Hey, thanks to Anonymous Gifter, who gave a sub to Mark Zuckerberg on Twitch. Thank you. Another anonymous gifter gave 2 subs. Thank you so much. Thanks also Hero NTF for subscribing on Twitch. There's just not much more time for anything to happen. 30 minutes and 35 seconds. We got to watch the clock. We're going to mark, especially mark the 30 minute mark. 20 seconds is going to be 30 minutes. Thank you, Corey2S, who says, people saying 2K iPhones are uneducated. Boss up. 30 minutes in 8 seconds is going to be 30 minutes exactly. Oh my gosh. We have 30 minutes, now less than 30 minutes, until these tariffs take effect. Ellie Boyne says it's happening. It's time for the Ron Paul "it's happening" meme. Remember, we're going to have 46% on Vietnam, 36% on Thailand, 32% on Taiwan, 20% on the EU, just to name a few. 49% on Cambodia, 24% on Japan, 29% on Pakistan, 17% on Israel, 25% on South Korea, 44% on Sri Lanka. And the total tariffs on China will be 104%. 104% on everything coming in from China. Plus, Trump announced tonight that there's going to be a new, soon there will be a major new tax on, a major new tariff on pharmaceuticals. One of our viewers thinks it'll destroy small businesses. Dubai Whip says, what did Sri Lanka do to us? Hang on a moment here. Delusion is Me says, they will fold, they know it is unbalanced. Togek thinks it will 100% destroy small businesses a lot quicker than the rest of our economy. Mort says, Chinese goods now twice as expensive. Bayou Boy TV says 104% tariff and still probably cheaper than making stuff in the USA. Thanks to Aaron Van Ness for subscribing over there on Facebook. We're really getting down to it, guys. Our viewer, Jock, was it Jock on Facebook, thinks it'll be over in a week. If I got the quote right. Jock Hollander. 27 minutes. I see nothing so far saying no tariffs. PW360 says, what are the chances right at the time we get an announcement China is sending someone to Washington to negotiate? I have no idea if they're talking behind the scenes or not. Do not know. Do not know. Thanks for writing in PW360. Kiwi NZ says, who pays the tariff on small parcels via post? Is it the individual or the government? Is it the individual? If it's the individual, will they have to go to a customs center and pay and collect the parcel in person? Yeah, so you're saying with the tariff and the fees on these packages from places like Shein and Temu that weren't getting fees on them before, who pays that? I don't know. I don't know how that works with packages. So I can't say. I mean, I would think if like Shein is sending you personally a package directly, that there's no chance for really you to pay it unless it's like when you order. Because I don't know for sure, but my guess is that they're not going to send somebody to your door to collect it from you. Thomas Darwin says part of shipping costs. That would be my assumption, just because it would seem impractical otherwise. But it's an interesting question. But I mean, that would just be my assumption, because a lot of these are going direct to consumers. Hey, thanks so much to DTEX1836. That's really nice of you, DTEX1836. Thank you. Also, thanks to Tyler Sprague. No, you're behind Tyler. Tyler said goods from China less than $800 were exempt when they were shipped in. Now it's 30% or $25 per item. No, Tyler. That went up today. President Trump raised it from 30% to 90% and raised the fees from 25 to 75. And then after June, after June 1st, I think, the per package fee went from $50 to $150. So it's already higher than you were saying. 24 minutes, 10 seconds. 24 minutes, 10 seconds. It's really going to happen. Maybe, maybe. There's a lid called, White House press pool says. Lid was called at around 9:16 p.m., which I think means that the president is not expected to appear the rest of the night. The White House Correspondents Association says that a lid is when the pool is dismissed for the day with an assurance the president isn't going anywhere or doing anything in public. So we're not expecting him to make some big public announcement at 12:01 a.m., although maybe he'll post on his X account. Bitcoin, somebody just mentioned. I'm looking and it says roughly 75,500, where it's been for a little while now. That's where I'm looking, what I'm seeing. "22 minutes, 30 seconds. You can see Reuters says, stocks slide in Asia as recession fears pummel sentiment, oil hits 4-year lows. Stocks in Asia extended a slide on Wall Street on Wednesday as President Trump looked set to press ahead with a whopping 104% tariffs on Chinese goods, pummeling oil prices to 4-year lows as global recession fears gripped financial markets. The U.S. dollar fell against safe haven currencies, but the offshore yuan hit a record low of 7.4287 per dollar overnight. The 104% duties on imports from China are going to take effect in 21 minutes and 8 seconds. The shifting headlines on tariffs and the specter of a prolonged trade war between the world's two biggest economies sparked sharp volatility in financial markets. The chief China economist at Nomura, Ting Lu, said the U.S. and China are stuck in an unprecedented and expensive game of chicken, and it seems both sides are unwilling to back down. Will we see? China has vowed to retaliate if Trump goes ahead with these tariffs and goes ahead with the new 50% tariff that he said was going to happen, that it's already officially going to happen. But if and when these are actually in effect at 12:01 a.m., China has said once these are in effect, they will retaliate for that extra 50%. Remember, Trump had put on 34%. China came back with 34% tariffs on U.S. goods. Then Trump yesterday announced an additional 50%. And it's possible we will hear soon after 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time, it's possible we'll hear from China about how they're going to retaliate. By the way, thanks to Lost in Oregon for your support, for the sticker. Thank you. The popcorn sticker. Exactly. Analysts at JP Morgan believe the rapid escalation with U.S. tariffs on China were disruptive enough to push the global economy into a recession. JP Morgan analysts told clients, given the import bill from China, the China tariff alone amounts to a whopping $400 billion tax hike on U.S. households and businesses. Again, JP Morgan said the China tariff alone amounts to a whopping $400 billion tax hike on U.S. households and businesses. In the treasuries markets, longer-dated bond yields jumped in part due to investors selling the safe haven asset to cover losses elsewhere. The benchmark 10-year yield rose to 4.335%, bringing the total rise over the last 3 days to a whopping 34 BPS. Oil prices have dropped $4 over $4 on Wednesday on concerns about demand from China. Kim Carter says every little thing will be all right. 18 minutes and 7 seconds. 18 minutes and 5 seconds. If President Trump's going to do something to stop this from actually coming into effect, he has less than 18 minutes to do it now, guys. We are getting very, very close. 17 minutes, 47 seconds. Benny sent me a post from Chinese, I don't know, some account. We talked about this earlier today, how there's been some fighting, some sniping going on between Elon Musk and Trump's main trade advisor, Peter Navarro. We talked about that earlier today. I don't really want to get into all that right now, but they've been going back and forth at each other. Elon Musk had called Navarro a moron on social media. You can see boys will be boys. White House on Elon Musk, Peter Navarro tariff tiff. As Elon Musk called one of President Trump's top economic aides a moron, the White House said boys will be boys. Musk and longtime trade advisor Peter Navarro have been squabbling publicly over Trump's decision to impose sweeping tariffs on most of its trading partners, says Reuters. The press secretary said, look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. Navarro on Monday on CNBC had dismissed a push by Musk for zero tariffs between the U.S. and Europe, calling him a car assembler who relied on imported parts. Elon Musk said, Navarro is truly a moron. What he says here is demonstrably false. He said Tesla has the most American-made cars. Navarro is dumber than a sack of bricks. Navarro, by the way, is widely seen as the architect of Trump's wide-ranging tariff plans. The policy is intended to revive U.S. manufacturing and shore up national security, but has hampered markets and thrown global supply chains into uncertainty. I don't know how much. It's unclear how much the policy is intended to shore up manufacturing, because if it just ending up going away in a week and deals are made, it probably hasn't done that much to shore up manufacturing. I don't know. But we'll have to see how long these tariffs stay in effect. They're going to go in effect in 15 minutes and 15 seconds. Chris F. says the salad days are gone. Always be wetting your beak says, let's go. Jeremy says 15 minutes to get your Temu orders in. I don't know if things have changed on Temu in recent days because of the changes from Trump. I don't order from there, basically. I never ordered from there, so. Or Shein. I know a lot of people do. Hebrew Jerusalem Prince says, I predict that China will target America's agriculture, hitting farmers. Interesting. We'll have to see. We'll have to see, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince. What is China going to do next in response to the new tariffs? Thank you, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince. Thank you also to Carrie Thompson. Thank you, Carrie. Carrie, I got to delete your comment, though. Come on. You gotta follow the rules in the chat, Carrie. Please, 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 please follow the rules. Thanks to Jeremy, our new member, by the way, or our member, by the way. PZ Papa Zulu, thank you. PZ Papa Zulu said Trump hailed the drop in oil prices as a consumer win, saying it would tame inflation. I don't remember. He might have said that today. But just to be clear, the oil prices are going down because the idea is that economic activity is going to slow as a result of the tariffs. That's why the oil prices are going down, anticipating lesser economic activity. But, yes, oil prices have been going down the last week. Thank you so much, PZ Papa Zulu. Really appreciate it. Jeff Manji says China is our enemy. Austin Batman says oil prices are at a 4-year low. I think we read that before. I don't have. I'll tell you what the futures prices are. Right now, so the futures are a bit lower than they were before. So right now, the Dow futures are minus 1.5. S&P 500 futures are minus 1.68%. NASDAQ futures are minus 1.67%. Let's shout out our mods real quick. They are awesome. They're here with us tonight as we have 12 minutes and 16 seconds until the tariffs take effect. In 12 minutes and 10 seconds, there will be 104% tariffs on all Chinese goods. Wow, for example. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators. Ruth Grafasi is over there in YouTube. Thank you. Roberts May Queen has been there. All of our YouTube mods. I really appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, Josh Bolding on YouTube says Dollar Tree is about to be $10 tree. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. Also, Linda Bell, Glary, Misha on X. Thanks for moderating on Twitch. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Papa Bear. And Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thank you. Nicolette Chloe is worried about another depression. Terry Gribben says, funny thing about history, how does that go? Those who don't know history are destined to repeat it. "11 minutes. Hey, thanks to Jim Eaton, who says mods are the best. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. They are awesome. The Mexican tariffs. So Trump did not announce new tariffs on Mexico and Canada. And he had already announced tariffs on them, but then he pulled them back a lot. And I don't think they've been increased again. So that's my understanding of the current. It's a little confusing, but he had announced these, 25 tariffs on Mexico and Canada, but then he basically reduced them a bunch for a bunch of goods. So there's no additional tariffs coming up on Mexico and Canada, but there's different tariffs on goods that affect Mexico and Canada. For example, there's the auto tariffs, right? I don't even know if Mexico and Canada are on that list. Aren't they just not on that list? Yeah, they're not even on the list from last week that he came out with. But there's certain goods. So there's a tariff on imported vehicles, and it's going to be also in, I think, a few weeks, it becomes imported vehicle parts. Nine minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, let me see if I can pull up this article. Hold on. Here's something about real quick. Let's see if I can just pull this up real quick for you about Canada and Mexico. Okay, right here. Canada, Mexico not subject to new global rates as fentanyl tariffs still in place. Mexico and Canada avoided fresh tariffs last week with that new list of tariffs. But previous tariffs remain in place. Good for Mexico and Canada that comply with the USMCA trade agreement. I don't know which goods that is. Between the three countries will largely remain exempt from tariffs. I think that's the majority of goods, except for auto exports and steel and aluminum, which fall under separate tariff policies. So I don't have a good sense of how much goods is being impacted by the current tariffs on Mexico and Canada. But their tariffs are not going up at 12:01 a.m., unlike many countries. Okay, do we have any kind of announcement yet? Guys, we're in the last stretch here. 8 minutes and 22 seconds. We need to focus. 8 minutes and 22 seconds here until the tariffs take effect. Let's go over again what we're talking about here. Let's go over what we're talking about. Let's take a look at that list again. You can see it's over there on Wikipedia in the article Tariffs in the Second Trump Administration. And they have that list there. Just as an example, now China is going to be 84% new tariffs starting in 7 minutes and 43 seconds, 104% total for China. This is old here. But you can see Cambodia, 49%. Bangladesh, 37%. European Union countries, 20%. India, 26%. Japan, 24%. Madagascar, 47%. Just skipping over some of them. Pakistan, 29%. Philippines, 17%. Israel, 17%. South Africa, 30%. South Korea, 25%. Sri Lanka, 44%. Switzerland, 31%. Taiwan, 32%. Vietnam, 46%. 6 minutes and 47 seconds. We are running out of time for something to get in the way of these taking place. Namely, say, President Trump coming out and saying, I'm going to pause them. I have thought there was a significant chance that President Trump would come out and say, we're pausing it for 30 days, or we're pausing it for 90 days. I do wonder if a lot of investors thought that. But right now, that's not looking like it's going to happen. Really quick, AZ Intel saw this. I hadn't seen this yet. But a few hours ago, the New York Times said the Trump administration has frozen more than $1 billion in funding for Cornell University and $790 million for Northwestern University. New York Post reported it as well. But we're focusing on this right now. Guys, 5 minutes, 22 seconds. What is China going to do in response? China has said it is going to respond further to these tariffs. It has not responded to that new 50% that Trump put on China yesterday. So what is China going to do? They have a 34% tariff that's going to go on the U.S. goods in response to the original 34% that Trump put on. But they said they're going to respond to the extra 50% as well. 4 minutes and 53 seconds here. Caston says Black Wednesday. Crypto, about $75,000 for Bitcoin. Futures, same as when I checked last. Dow Jones futures down a 1.5. S&P 500, NASDAQ down a little more than a 1.5. Asia markets, Taiwan stocks down 4.4% now. Nikkei, Japan index down 3.44%. Hong Kong 1.5%. Just an example. Looks like this is happening. If Trump's going to post something, he better post it really soon, guys. I'm not seeing anything on his Truth Social. It's about to happen. It is about to happen. Will Trump post something like at 12:01 a.m.? It's the final countdown, says James H. Thank you, James H. Indeed it is. We're at less than 4 minutes. I have seen nothing new on his Truth Social account. Jeremy says, get your popcorn ready. I see nothing new on his Truth Social. It's really going to happen, isn't it? 3.5 minutes left. The 10-year bond rate keeps going up. We got to talk. I saw Joe Wiesenthal talked about that. I don't really understand that. We're going to talk about that in a second. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's just keep our focus right now on what's going on here. It's a historic moment, whatever you think about it. Wow, this is really going to happen. I'm just looking at the clock. 3 minutes right now. 3 minutes, guys. Less than 3 minutes until 104% tariffs on all Chinese goods and all of those other big tariff rates, nothing that big, on other countries. Wow. Wow. I am just watching the clock with you guys. I am watching the clock with you. 2:25 now. LL Nino, Little Nino says the golden age has begun in the U.S. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Tanner Jack thinks people are losing their businesses. 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the Trump reciprocal tariffs take effect. In 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes now, there will be 104% tariffs on China, 32% on Taiwan, 36% on Thailand, 46% on Vietnam, 25% on South Korea, 17% on Philippines, 20% on European Union. Now I'm just reading a few of these. Malaysia, 24%, India, 26%, Japan, 24%, and more. Hey, thanks to Lift the Veil for the gift memberships. Thank you so much. Also, BBG for the gift memberships. Thank you so much. And we're just about a minute here. I'll say some more thank yous after. If I owe you a thank you, I'll get you after. 1 minute left. I'm checking True Social. Is anything posted on True Social? He could post in the last minute. Where is True Social? I can't even find it now. Oh no. Where'd it go? I have to find True Social. There it is. I'm refreshing True Social. I'm refreshing it. There is nothing new on True Social. 30 seconds. Is there anything new on X? Is there anything new? I'm looking. I don't see anything. Does anyone see anything? 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. That is it. Trump's reciprocal tariffs, as he calls them, have just gone into effect. 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. It's official. 104% tariffs now total on all goods coming in from China. Other significant rates for all goods coming in from other countries, like India, 26%, Indonesia, 32%, Israel, 17%, Japan, 24%. I'm just naming a few of these. Vietnam, 46%, Thailand, 36%, Taiwan, 32%, South Korea, 25%, Sri Lanka, 44%, Malaysia, 24%, Madagascar, 47%, European Union, 20%. Guys, I got to change this headline. It's breaking news. It's breaking news. The breaking news graphic is here. Breaking news. We don't need the clock anymore. The clock can be gone. No more clock. And let's just make this a little bigger. Wow. It's really happened. I was really thinking he might just say, we're pausing it for 30 days. Or we're pausing it for 90 days. But they have taken effect. The Trump reciprocal tariffs now in effect. Wow. All right, hang on a moment here. I got to fix the headline. I'm going to get you a headline too. Big news. We got a headline already. Look, Reuters was ready with the headline. Trump's latest tariffs kick in, deepening global trade war. Wow. Oh, let me get rid of the clock here. Wow, we don't need that anymore. We don't need the breaking news anymore. We've seen it twice. We've seen the graphic twice. Hold on, now I got to change it. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment here. There we go. No clock needed. Trump's latest tariffs kick in, deepening Global trade war. Now this big thing is, what's China going to do about this? Any moment now, we might hear something from China. Any moment now. Let me also check what's going on with the markets too. Let me check some comments from you guys. Hang on, I owed a couple thank you from before. Thank you, Motivational Living from Canada, who says USA baby. Thank you, Bluebird Softball Cookie, and Venom Snake, who says let the new era begin. Thank you, Cyrus the Virus, for being a member. Thank you, Bean Juice Bond, who says, could this be Project 25 in effect, the Great Reset? Thanks also to the Great Canadian Beaver for your support. And hold on a second here. Thanks also to Coco Rare Coins and Currency, who says, these tariffs might last 8 years, but maybe Trump will offer China an option to buy out of the tariffs in 4 months. That's my guess. He could announce deals with other countries at any time, maybe in the next couple days. Sorry, I need a moment here. I need a moment. Check it out. President Trump's reciprocal tariffs on dozens of countries took effect on Wednesday, including massive 104% duties on Chinese goods, deepening his global trade war even as he prepared for negotiations with some nations. Trump's punishing tariffs have shaken a global trading order that has persisted for decades, raised fears of recession, and driven worldwide stocks sharply downward. Wow. It really happened. They're really in effect, guys. Jasmine Beatty says, let's see what happens to the stock market when it opens. Anant Mehta measured the futures. The current futures are Dow futures down 1.6%, S&P down 1.8%, NASDAQ down 1.8%. Currently, Taiwan stock index, Taiwan SE, down 4.5%. Japan's Nikkei index down 3.5%. In India, the Bombay Sensex index, which was up before, is now down 0.38%. Remember, the Chinese government, as I showed you stories about this, has said they're stepping in to support stock prices. The Shenzhen Composite Index in China and the Shanghai Composite Index are both slightly up. I don't know if they'd be up if the government hadn't stepped in. I don't know enough about that. Bitcoin is at still about 75,400. Hang on a moment. Wow. B&O News posted, this is crazy, just on that Dominican Republic story, death toll from the Dominican Republic nightclub collapse has risen to 98. How terrible. We talked about that earlier. 98. The headline right now on Bloomberg is Global Trade War Intensifies as Trump's sweeping tariffs come into effect. All goods in China are now 104% tariff, guys. Something I'm seeing on Bloomberg, it says no last minute interventions. I certainly thought that was possible. We are waiting to see what China says. Will China come out in the coming minutes and announce some retaliatory measures now that these tariffs are official? Battle VR says we are living through history. Misery Prepper says, everyone saying buy American obviously doesn't look. It is so hard to find American-made products, and just because it's assembled in the United States doesn't mean it's made here. Jeff Manji says, we don't have to depend on other countries anymore. I'm waiting to see if China announces anything. The Wall Street Journal says new tariffs have been imposed on more than nearly 100 nations. And Wall Street Journal says U.S. tariffs are now at the highest level since before World War II. Wow. Guys, wow. It has happened. Hey, thanks to Sergey, who thinks this will bankrupt many U.S. businesses and manufacturers. Countries are going to be fleeing the U.S. dollar. That's what Sergey thinks. T-bond sell-off is probably imminent. Oh, by the way, really quick, I want to mention something. Hold on a second here. I don't want to mention that right now. But these are now into effect. You know, a lot of people thought maybe Trump was just talking big about tariffs and wouldn't really go through with it, even when he announced them. Because he said, well, they're not taking place yet. They're going to go into effect next week. They all went into effect. He actually raised them on China. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, who says, Iran will bend the knee with 6 B-2s on Diego Garcia. They meet with Trump team on Saturday. China lost to U.S. 30 million GDP, 30 trillion GDP, he says. Who will they sell to? Nobody can replace us as consumers, no one. That's what PZ Papa Zulu says. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, for all your support. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I was trying to find something about the whole 10-year bond thing. I see people talking about the prices, the yields going up. I don't really understand all that. So yesterday, CNBC talked about the U.S. 10-year Treasuries going higher. And an expert that CNBC talked to said that international investors aren't seeing the U.S. as such a safe haven. So there'd be less demand, I guess, for the 10-year Treasury bonds, so the yields would go higher. Is this right? Is this the idea? I'm trying to figure this out. And then, hold on a second. Barron said that Treasury yields have been rising because U.S. government bonds are selling off. Because I keep seeing people talking about this. This is not my area. There's an article in Barron's today talking about why the rates on the long-term treasuries may be going up and why some people might be selling them. But I am seeing posts about the rates going up. Hold on a second here. Uh, 39th says it's not just the 10-year, it's the 20-year and the 30-year. Joe Wiesenthal has been posting about the 10-year. So the 10-year bonds, I guess, if I can call this up here. Again, this is not my area. Just maybe if you want to, you can research it on your own. But they have risen so the yields on the 10-year Treasury bonds a week ago were about 3.9%. And now they've gone up to 4.5%. And it's like as yields go, it's a pretty sudden big jump. Like if you do like a 6-month graph or a year graph of this, it's a pretty big jump. A big sudden jump. Again, this is not my field, but I can tell you that's a big jump. CNBC says some traders have speculated that foreign owners of these are selling some treasuries, putting upward pressure on yields. The 20-year, it's a similar thing where it's a sudden big rise where like a week ago, the 20-year yield was around like 4.4 and now it's 5.0. Anyways, if you want to do more research on that or talk amongst yourselves. Anything from China yet? I really think there's going to be something soon from China. Excuse me. Squid Ink says, do you think China would retaliate by shutting down TikTok? I haven't heard any reporting that that's going to happen. I mean, who knows? But reporting said that China refused to sell, that there was some sort of deal for TikTok, and that China, when Trump announced these larger tariffs on China, or when Trump announced these new tariffs, including the initial 34% on China, according to reporting by multiple outlets, China said, don't sell it yet. So I don't know if it could impact the TikTok deal. I mean, you can see this report right here from AP. China hit brakes on TikTok deal after Trump announced wide-ranging tariffs, AP source says. Multiple outlets had the story. White House officials believe they were nearing a deal for the app's operations to be spun off into a new company based in the U.S. and owned and operated by a majority of American investors, with China's ByteDance maintaining minority position, according to a person familiar with the matter. But Beijing hit the brakes on a deal on Thursday after Trump announced wide-ranging tariffs around the globe, including against China. ByteDance representatives called the White House to indicate that China would no longer approve the deal until there could be negotiations about trade and tariffs. Now, President Trump has given it another 75 days for TikTok's U.S. operations to be sold or for it to be banned. Malinky Fox mentioned the Japan stocks. According to what I'm seeing right now, the Japan's Nikkei index is down 3.6%. The Taiwan SE index is down 4.8%. Bitcoin still at like 75,700. Oh, let me show you this. Hold on. Asia shares sink as U.S. tariffs take effect. Asian shares sank again on Wednesday as the set of U.S. tariffs, the latest set, including a 104% levy on Chinese imports, went into effect. The sharply higher tariffs kicked in after midnight Eastern time on the U.S., even as investors have no idea what to make of President Trump's trade war. President Trump's new tariffs go into effect, including a combined 104% levy on China. We are waiting to see what China does about it. They're supposed to retaliate. Bloodhound thinks Dollar Tree and Five Below are finished. Hey, thank you so much, Tony Baloney. Thank you, Tony Baloney, for your support. I appreciate that, Tony Baloney. Pablo Sanchez says China will respond 1 hour before the markets open. That's an interesting idea, that they would respond shortly before the U.S. markets open. Interesting. Thank you also to Oren Quake, who says the monetary system is built on debt and creating money out of nothing. It will eventually collapse. Then we can reset. Wow. That's a pretty serious prediction from Oren Quake. Thank you, Oren Quake. I mean, look, with these tariffs, it's not a question of what the markets do tomorrow. We were reading articles about this. It'll take a while for a lot of items for the tariffs to impact prices. But of course, it's going to be an enormous impact on prices in the U.S. So, if this goes for like a week, probably it doesn't have that big of an impact. I mean, just from what I've read about the prices, it's not going to affect the prices that much in a week. So, for the big economic effects of this, we'll have to see how things play out. And there's like what stocks do tomorrow, but, I would think that stocks will be impacted greatly by what the American economy looks like months from now, if there's big price increases, but that's going to take a while. We just don't have a good feeling right now for exactly how this is going to impact exactly and when those impacts are going to start being seen and how people feel about it. Boz says, I'm stocked up. But it's not like you're going to walk into a store tomorrow and everything's going to be all different. Now, I don't know the timeline for various goods. I assume it depends for various goods, how much of stuff is here already, how much stock there is. Thanks to Allah, I have this on kind of small here. Is it Allah, Eta Eights, our new member, Eta Eights, thank you. Our viewer, Alaya, says, I better go stock up on stuff. You could stock up on stuff that could go up in price later. You could stock up on stuff and then the tariffs go away in a week or something. I have no idea what's going to happen. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. But China, guys, there are now 104% tariffs on everything coming in from China. Jackie Heinrich of Fox News just posted something wondering if China is selling U.S. bonds. Charles Gasparino, who is with Fox Business, just posted recently talking about a big spike in the yields of long-dated U.S. bonds, which we were just talking about, meaning people are selling them. He says that there could be an unwind of a massive trade, maybe a hedge fund losing money and imploding, or a major foreign creditor dumping treasuries in retaliation for the trade war. He says none of which are good. So that's something I see people who know a lot about business talking about, how they keep looking at the 10-year, 20-year, those kind of bonds. Really, they're getting sold a bunch, so the yields are going up, which means the prices are going down. So some of these finance accounts I follow are talking about it. I don't really know what to make about it, about this. Joe Wiesenthal, who does a podcast for Bloomberg, says these are now the highest level of tariffs in the U.S. in 100 years. Yeah, they just went into effect at 25 minutes ago. So I will say this, several hours ago, about 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago, Bloomberg had said that an unnerving development is starting to unfold as Trump's trade war hammers financial markets. U.S. Treasuries, far from offering shelter, are suddenly losing their safe haven appeal. Very interesting. So I keep seeing people in the world of finance talking about U.S. Treasuries being sold. When they get sold, the yields go up, the prices go down, the yields go up. It's something I keep seeing mentioned. Keep looking out for more on that. I'm sorry I can't explain that to you better, but I can tell you that it seems like it's a big deal. Futures right now, S&P 500 futures down 2%, basically. NASDAQ around 2%. Dow futures down basically 1.75%. Thank you, Da Solo, for your support. There's just this, that whole thing about the treasury yields going up, which I don't really understand, and I'm not an expert on, but it's an interesting idea that with such a big change like this, which things like that usually don't happen, and it's such a difference with these huge tariff rates. on countries, 104% on China. Could you have effects that people don't anticipate, right? Because it's not like this happens all the time. Hey, thanks, Cassie. Corporate thinks treasuries going up means they think interest rates will go up. Our viewer Sven Hoek thinks China will move up the timeline for a Taiwan invasion. That's what Sven said. Thank you, Sven. Thanks to our new member, Tony Baloney. Thanks to, hold on a second here. Habanera Her says, it's China time. $19 P91 says, counting days for TikTok. Michael Rare Zebra, our viewer, thinks this might backfire if China doesn't give in like Trump thinks they will. FL Girl 1776 thinks China about to FAFO. Skip Through thinks the ball is indeed in China's court and they have cards to play yet. At some point today, I'm pretty darn sure they're going to respond because they have said they're going to retaliate. By the way, Bloomberg points out, I keep saying we're waiting for China. Bloomberg said a few minutes ago that we're about 20 minutes past midnight and there's radio silence in China. So Bloomberg is also watching what China is doing. J Bebe says this ain't good. Thank you, DeSolo123TV. Thank you so much. DeSolo. James Carlberg says, it wouldn't surprise me if China's response is to go ahead with invasion of Taiwan. Travis Taylor thinks China is playing chicken with the wrong guy. It really happened. Bitcoin is at around 76,000, by the way. Wow, guys, it has happened. 104% tariffs on everything coming in from China, in addition to tariffs on a bunch of other countries, big tariffs on a bunch of other countries. Oh, I got a story about the bonds. I got us a story about the bonds that we've been talking about. Reuters, bond rout starting to sound market alarm bells. Let's see what Reuters has to say about this. U.S. Treasuries, we've been talking about this. So bonds are when basically you loan money to the government and they give it back to you years later and they give you interest. So like a U.S. Treasury bond is you give the U.S. government some money and then several years later, or however months or years later, they give it back to you and they've paid you interest. U.S. bonds are traditionally seen as very reliable. Like you don't think the U.S. is going to default on their bonds. So if you want like a safe investment, that'd be a place you might consider. But let's look at this for a second. So Reuters says U.S. Treasury bonds extended heavy losses on Wednesday, meaning the prices are going down. So the way it works is when the price goes down, the yields go up. But basically, people are selling these bonds, meaning the price is going down. And the yield is going up. U.S. Treasuries extended heavy losses on Wednesday in a sign investors are selling even their safest assets as a global market rout unleashed by U.S. tariffs takes an unnerving turn towards distress and a dash for the safety of cash. This is beyond fundamentals right now. This is about liquidity, said Jack Chambers, senior rates and a strategist at ANZ in Sydney. So I guess the idea is you just want to sell it and keep the cash. The 10-year U.S. Treasury yield, the globe's benchmark safe haven anchor, was up 20 basis points and rising in Asia. A remarkable move in a time zone where it's usually fairly steady. At 4.46%, the yield is up 59 basis points, about 0.6%, basically 0.59% from Monday's low, with traders saying hedge funds were the heaviest sellers as they started to be forced from leveraged bets that in calmer times profit from small gaps between cash and futures prices. I'm not understanding totally all of that. And then let me just show you what the rest of the article says here. Hold on a second. I'll put it on the screen for you. Here's the article here. Oops, you can't see it yet. Hold on, I'll put the article up in a second. Hold on. How do I show this? How do I get that to show? Give me one moment. It's not behaving. Here, I'll just show it to you this way. I can do it. I can do it here. Here it is. No, that's not it. There it is. I got it. I did it. So it says here, this kind of thing with these bonds selling, the treasury bond, 10-year treasury bond selling off, this kind of thing becomes problematic if the prime broker starts saying that now I want to charge you a higher margin or I basically want more margins from you. I'm not understanding this at all. This is way over my head, said a chief investment officer. Anyways, this article was just talking about, though, where is it here? It's just another article talking about there's concerns being raised over this selling of long-term U.S. treasuries. A bunch of people are getting rid of them, and it's causing the rates to rise. And I'm seeing concern about this. That's what I can tell you. And I'm seeing words like unnerving. It says unnerving there. So that's something I'm keeping an eye on. Unusual Whales, which is a X account I follow. They post a lot about finance stuff. They just posted 30-year treasury yield now above 5%. Japan's Nikkei index is now down almost 5%. Hang on a moment here. Japan Nikkei index is down 5%. Any other big movers here? Let's see. Taiwan weighted index down 5.84%. Remember, Taiwan has big new tariffs on them now. What is the Taiwan rate? I forget. It is the new Taiwan tariff rate as of 12:01 a.m. I have too much stuff open on my desktop here. The new Taiwan rate is, sorry, I just opened up way too much stuff. I gotta close some of this stuff. I can't find anything anymore. I don't even know if I have it open anymore. I have it. The new Taiwan rate is 32% tariffs on everything coming out of Taiwan. 32%. Justin D says, I'm tired of all this winning. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with the markets tomorrow if something like wild will happen. Humia Moon writes in and says, there is some talk of the basis trade unwinding. I don't even know what this means. In simple terms, many hedge funds will borrow based on the short rate and purchase longer-term treasuries. Sometimes they can be forced sellers of treasuries if long bond yields jump. That's what Jumia Moon said. Jumia Moon also says a 0.2% jump in 30-year treasury yield is about 5% drop in price terms. One Eye thinks China owns so much of America's debt they can finish off America's economy at will. T. Burley 32 thinks the bond yields going up in the selling of U.S. bonds is getting real bad. Treasury slammed. Reuters says stocks tumble again as U.S. hits China with 104% tariffs. Treasuries slammed. Major stock indexes sank in Asia Wednesday after Trump's eye-watering 104% tariffs on China took effect. With a savage sell-off in treasuries, U.S. Treasury bonds sparked fears foreign funds were fleeing U.S. assets. The pain is likely to spread to Europe too, with Euro Stoxx 50 futures pointing to a 3.7 drop upon open. Both S&P futures and NASDAQ futures dropped 1.6%. The Treasuries, the benchmark 10-year in U.S. Treasuries, the benchmark 10-year yield rose to 4.501, an unusual move in the Asia time zone. We talked about that earlier. 30-year yield surged to 5.023%, the highest since late 2023. Anyways. And then Reuters also says, markets cowered as 104% tariffs on China begin. Reuters says, as the next leg of the rapidly escalating trade war comes into view, investors remain shell-shocked, extending a deep stock market route and flocking to the safe haven yen and Swiss franc, awaiting and hoping for some semblance of good news. At the stroke of midnight, President Trump's reciprocal tariffs took effect, including 104% levies on Chinese goods, bringing fears of a recession and upending a global trading order that has persisted for decades. Markets had pinned their hopes on negotiations, but so far it appears Washington and Beijing are heading for a showdown. That has left investors scurrying for cover as the relief rally on Wednesday fizzled out and Asian stock markets were a sea of red. European futures point to a significantly lower open on the day. The flight to safety has not included U.S. Treasuries. The yield on the benchmark 10-year note was up an eye-popping 21 basis points. The fact that sweeping tariffs could result in a recession and markets are pricing in more interest rate cuts would normally provide a good reason to buy U.S. bonds. But that has not been the case. ING economists said the Sell America trade is one that's now dominating the rising recession risk theme that typically would have pushed yields down. In short, brace yourself. Another article talking about U.S. long-term bonds being sold rather than purchased. Skip Fu says self-inflicted wound. Hey, thanks so much to Richard Canuck for your support. Do you think the Fed will lower interest rates? I have no idea. I mean, if there's a recession, I don't know, because if you get lower inflation, you would lower interest rates to spur the economy. But you don't want the lower interest rates can cause inflation. Am I getting this right? Yeah, you would raise interest rates to slow down things, to slow inflation. So, but I don't know. It depends. I have no idea what they're going to do. So there's a headline on CNBC from like a week or two ago, from the 4th, April 4th, 4 days ago, saying traders think that the Fed will cut rates at least 4 times this year amid fears that the tariffs could tip the economy into a recession. The idea would be that the economy wouldn't be doing well, so they'd want to cut rates to spur the economy. But the problem with that is, if you have inflation, cutting rates is not what you want to be doing. So, and tariffs are expected to increase inflation. Seth Brundle, our viewer, thinks tinkering with interest rates is not going to fix this mess. Jackie Heinrich from Fox just reposted somebody named Spencer Hackaman, who is a financial person, founder of Tulu Capital Management. Spencer Hackaman pointed out that the 10-year yield has now stopped going up for the time being. He says, looks like the worst of it is over for now. What started as orderly selling around 11:30 Eastern Time quickly turned into a death spiral. Spencer Hackman thinks that somebody got force liquidated out of their cash bonds. Anyways, I'm not familiar with all this, but a lot of attention being paid to long-term U.S. bonds. Tiger 2-inch says Trump is not backing down. Big thing I am watching for, a lot of people watching for, what does China do? They have said they're going to retaliate for the new tariffs. They already said they're putting 34% tariffs on the U.S. goods, but they're going to retaliate for the additional 50% Trump put on. Thanks to Fen Beingold for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Cherry Onkin, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Ben, for your support on Twitch. Fen Beingold says bits tariff goes into effect worth twice as much right now. Thank you, Sender V, for giving out a community sub. Thanks, Sender V. That's nice of you. Where are the futures? I'm looking at stock futures that say Dow futures down 2.1% and S&P futures 2.3% down, NASDAQ 2.4% down. Are we expecting anything new to happen? Yeah, I just, look, this is not a one-day thing. If these tariffs are kept on for a long time and not just a few days, it's going to have enormous impact on economies around the world, and just certainly on the U.S. economy. I mean, it's going to really impact pricing for all kinds of things. That's not going to happen tomorrow. It's probably not going to happen in a few days. So you shouldn't look to see like tomorrow what all the effects of this are going to be. You need to take a longer view. Now, there could be significant effects in the coming few days, but you're not going to really see the full impact of this for a while. How does it impact businesses' profits? How does it impact consumers' pocketbooks? That's going to take a while. One of our viewers said, Maz TV says recession in a few months, depression in a year, and then World War III with China. Charles Widmore says China will have a 420% tariffs on them real quick if they want to play games. Look, I do think there's a chance that China has said they're going to take action against the U.S. More action. I do think there's a chance if they do this, Trump will just increase the tariffs even more. But it really happened. It really happened. Look, I live in America. I mean, I'm not in America right this second. I'm in Peru, but I think it'll be like really something to start seeing prices go up. I think you're going to, again, assuming these tariffs stay in place for a while, you're going to see prices go up. And I mean, as an American consumer, I'm sure I'll go to the grocery sometime and be like, wait, that cost that much? Or I'll need to buy something and I'll go online. I'll be like, wait, that cost that much now? You'll just see things. Not really home PB says there is no point of this that ends well. Spank McNasty thinks the inflation will kill U.S. tourism. Excuse me. But, I think it's going to be really big what happens with China. One Eye, our viewer says, if I were China, I'd go after anyone that negotiates with America, increase the isolation. You mean take action against them? They might want to trade more with them. Marcel Kern, thank you, Marcel, sent me an article from Hollywood Reporter saying that, who said this report? Who are they quoting? Oh, a state-backed, a couple of Chinese, I guess, journalists, one a senior editor at a state-backed Xinhua news agency, said that China is considering reducing or banning the import of U.S. films, as well as increasing tariffs on U.S. agricultural goods and U.S. services, among other countermeasures. So Bloomberg had reported actually a day ago saying that two influential Chinese bloggers posted measures authorities were thinking about in China. And among those were significantly increasing tariffs on U.S. agricultural products, banning the import of U.S. poultry, imposing curbs on U.S. services with China, reducing or banning the import of U.S. films, investigating intellectual property benefits of U.S. companies operating in China. So maybe some of those will be what happens. Thanks, Marcel Kern, for sending that in. I don't know if I have any more that I can show you. Hold on a second here. I was looking to see if I could find some other reporting on that. We'll probably know soon enough. Oh, what is this here? Hold on. Let me. This is interesting. What is this article? As Trump vows even more tariffs, China thinks it has the upper hand, says the Washington Post. Beijing is betting it can stare Trump down with a simple strategy: retaliate, then sit back and wait. While about 70 countries targeted in Trump's Liberation Day tariff blitz last week are angling for a deal, the administration says, Beijing has done the opposite. That is true. Instead of rushing into high-level talks, it has promised to continue retaliating by any means possible while trying to cushion its own economy. As I told you earlier, the U.S. Commerce Ministry said on Tuesday, China's Commerce Ministry said, the U.S. threat to escalate tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake. China will never accept it. If the U.S. insists on its own way, China will fight to the end. The world's two biggest economies are locked in a rapidly escalating trade war that could cause a global recession and push their rivalry to new levels of confrontation. China believes it has the upper hand. A dean of the International Institute of Studies at Fudan University in Shanghai says some people here believe we should not seek negotiations right away. Chinese officials have long said a trade war will only hurt the American economy. The last week of market turmoil and cracks in support for Trump's tariffs have further cemented the view that Beijing need only wait a little longer for a backlash to build, according to Wu. By then, Trump will be under a ton of pressure, and he is maybe willing to negotiate with China, and by then, China will be in a better position to bargain, he said. If we offer to negotiate right now, that plays into Trump's hands. Although China is projecting confidence, though, it faces significant constraints in its response. For one, its economy was not in great shape even before Trump unleashed his tariffs. And second, China exports far more to the U.S. than it imports, meaning Beijing cannot match Trump's tariffs dollar for dollar. An expert at the Brookings Institution on Chinese politics said China's leaders recognize they are asymmetrically vulnerable to an escalating trade war, but they do not believe they have an exit ramp and will not tolerate being publicly pressured into submitting to Trump's will. China under strongman leader Xi Jinping. It's Xi Jinping. Now I'm forgetting how to pronounce it. Is it Xi Jinping or Xi Jinping? Xi Jinping. Somebody tell me in the chat. My brain has stopped working at after midnight. Xi, right? Xi Jinping? Xi, people are saying. Xi Jinping. China under strongman leader Xi Jinping, let's go with that for now, has a lot to lose from a spiraling trade war. The Chinese economy has just started to turn the corner from a prolonged property market slump, weak spending, and high youth unemployment. Chinese businesses and employment would inevitably take a hit. As such, Beijing's end goal is still to negotiate with Trump, analysts said. They are trying to use retaliation to push the U.S. to negotiate, said this expert. These measures are mostly for political show to tell everyone that China is not afraid of the U.S. Interesting. In the meantime, China has been steadily expanding its kit of retaliatory tools to make up for the fact that it runs large trade surplus with the United States. These include sanctions on U.S. companies operating in China and restricting U.S. access to key materials needed to make high-tech products, including medical equipment and nuclear reactors. Beijing could further restrict other kinds of rare earths or critical minerals of which China dominates production. Officials are considering further retaliatory measures, according to well-connected nationalist bloggers. These include banning the importation of American movies, investigating more U.S. companies operating in China, or suspending cooperation on curbing the flow of fentanyl into the United States. An article in an influential blog run by a former journalist with the state news agency said, "We have not closed the door to negotiations, but we will not take chances either. Instead, we have made all kinds of preparations to deal with any impact." Interesting. Even analysts who predicted Beijing would be more aggressive than other countries have been surprised by the scope and force of China's retaliation against Trump. Remember, China matched Trump's 34% initial tariff with 34% tariffs on the US, for one. China seems to be saying, "You're crazy, you can't just do this to us," said a China economist at Capital Economics. It signals the leadership is relatively confident that the Chinese economy can deal with the tariffs, at least in the near term. Beijing has said it is ready to unleash further measures to stimulate the Chinese economy if the tariff war threatens the government's ambitious growth target of around 5% for the year. Some analysts are predicting the trade war could cut that rate in half. Okay. Anyways, interesting. Interesting in that article talking about some different perspectives on what China's attitude is, whether their ultimate goal is to negotiate, whether they, maybe they're trying to just get in a better negotiating position. But I do think the article makes a good point in that certainly it seems to me like the toughest actions and rhetoric are in response to tariffs are coming from China. That generally has not been, we haven't seen that kind of tough response from other countries. That was from the Washington Post. I wonder if they'll ban U.S. movies. Black says, watch China pump fentanyl into the stars now. Lori Loretta says, China will bring us to our knees. Denise Bissell thinks China will cut off their nose to spite their face. We must find a deal in which China seems to come out even. But for now, China doesn't look like it's any kind of mood to negotiate. King Rudoriak says this is a poker game. One thing I do want to mention, I mentioned this before, is, we showed you articles showing you that the Chinese government is supporting their stock market. This happens there. When the stocks start going down, the government can jump in and just start investing in the stock market and propping the prices up. So they have the ability when their stock market goes down to just prop the prices up. That's not something you see the U.S. government do. You're not going to see the U.S. government announce we're buying stocks to prop up the prices. So I don't know, if, look, I'm sure a lot of what China is thinking is about what the politics are for Trump. So they're probably thinking like, look, if the stock market goes down by this % in the US and prices go up by this much, how much political pressure will that put on Trump? They might think that Trump is more vulnerable to political pressure in there than Xi Jinping is in an authoritarian China. I don't know, but these are the kind of things they're thinking about. And I'm assuming that when they decide how to respond, a big thing they consider is things that will increase political pressure on Trump. April Lee Wax Queen says, I don't think Trump cares about that. I think he will do what he wants regardless of political pressure. DE says, in 2018, China removed presidential term limits. She has nothing to lose. I mean, the thing is, though, If things get really bad in China, that's not going to be, and people are very unhappy there, and the economy's not good, that's not going to be something that's good for President Xi. They don't want people to start uprising against the government, for example. This is such a big development. Huge, huge development. I did not anticipate this happening a couple weeks ago. Hang on a moment here. By the way, quick thank you to La Calma, who says, I can just see Americans lining up for jobs now, not. Thanks, La Calma. Thanks also to the Car Czar, who thinks China cannot sustain without U.S. trade. Experts have already done studies. 60 days they will collapse. Thanks, the Car Czar. Thanks, Polite Rude Guy, who says, I fully support the tariffs. I can do this all year. Thanks, Alex Parker. I don't even understand Alex Parker's comment, but thank you, Alex Parker. Thank you, Macro Geek and Dennis Kennedy, for the gift memberships. Very nice of you. I don't know what's going to happen. I do not know, but these tariffs are now in effect. 104% on China. That's the highest. But other countries with significantly higher tariffs than they had a day ago. Taiwan, 32%. Thailand, 36%. Vietnam, 46%. Philippines, 17%. EU 20%, Malaysia 24%, Japan 24%. I believe the highest tariffs that the U.S. has had on other countries since before World War II. Dean says, will China cave first or U.S.? Well, if these tariffs are kept on and are not taken off, you're going to see big price increases in the U.S., big price increases coming on all kinds of goods. And very significant impacts around the world. One Eye thinks America is going to quickly lose its power as a consumer market as more and more people struggle to eat. Joaquin Nord sent me an article you can read on Investopedia entitled Why China Buys U.S. Debt with Treasury Bonds. And it says that some analysts and investors fear that China could dump their treasuries in retaliation. You can read that at Investopedia. Thank you for writing in, Joaquin Nord. Oregon guy thinks this is a bullish buying opportunity. And thinks it could work out well for the U.S., possibly, in the long term. I have no idea when we'll hear the Chinese response. It could be at any point, any time. Could be in 5 minutes. It could be in days. You know, I think it's an interesting point. Bloomberg said that in the last hour, so it's been an hour and 15 minutes since these reciprocal tariffs took effect, and I haven't seen a single statement from the White House. They say from the White House or its allies. They say, granted, it's approaching 1 a.m. I don't know, though. It is interesting that there's no big announcement. I was thinking maybe you'd see something from the White House. I haven't even seen a social media post from them about it. Cambodia tariffs now 49%, Laos now 48%, Vietnam 46%. Hey, thanks to BP23, who says, America voted for this and our children will benefit. This market crash is a cash grab to pay off national debt, in my opinion. We will be better off after the American slaves stop paying for the world. Thank you, BP23, for your support. Thanks also Heavenly Intervention, who says Trump's new groundbreaking ego-based economy system, no plan, pure ego. Thanks also Christopher Cobb, who thinks China, Japan, South Korea sell all 3% of all U.S. treasuries as a first-shot wake-up call. The EU follows with same trick. Thank you again, BP23. Thanks also to our moderators who have been with us tonight for our live coverage. I have no idea where this is all going. I don't even know how long. I mean, if you told me in 2 days that the tariffs will be gone and Trump will just say, okay, I've reached deals with countries, I'd believe you. I thought that tonight he might say, I'm delaying it for 30 days. Thanks to Ruth Krafasi for moderating over there on YouTube. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Papa Bear over there on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Paul Anderson. K. Lowry Body. Oops. Where's my lip balm? It's here somewhere. I don't even know where it is. There it is, over there. K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. I appreciate all you guys tuning in late night for this. What is going to happen? What is going to happen? How is China going to respond? How is this going to impact prices in the U.S. as the weeks go by? How is it going to impact other countries' economies? I mean, I don't think anyone knows for sure. This is such a, not a common situation. By the Sea says, is there any way this turns out good? Hang on one sec here. What can I tell you? I have no idea. News could come at any time now. This is such a strange situation. What do you guys think? What do you think? Soul Star thinks all of this should have been done 50 years ago. This will not work out well now. Mike says, think of poor nursing home people. The homes will go broke because the people will just die. Craig Talbert, I think, is saying he thinks China will respond in the morning. Well, the morning U.S. time. Patrick Johnson says, I bet China matches Trump, which would be 50% more tariffs on U.S. goods, and then bumps it in the other forms of business. Isn't Trump a businessman? Rock K9 says, I'm not concerned it'll work out. Distant Galaxy says, maybe nothing from the White House because they're actively negotiating with China. I don't care who they're negotiating with. It doesn't take one person working at the White House that long to post some sort of social media post about this, which could have gotten ready, they could have gotten ready anytime in the last week. So it's just interesting, there's just like silence. But if they wanted to post something, they would have posted something. I mean, it's just they didn't post anything. Gallant says, if be a bond yield says stay above 5%, U.S. markets may halt tomorrow. Mr. Obvious thinks America will feel much more pain from this than China will. Denise Bissell thinks Trump will not respond at all to this for at least a week. Amugel says, who wants to build factories in the U.S. with this uncertainty? Oh, thanks, Rob from HD for mentioning the time. I should have mentioned that myself. (1:24 p.m. in Beijing, as Rob said. By the way, just a little on this. Trump administration halts $1 billion in federal funding for Cornell, $790 million for Northwestern, more than $1 billion in federal funding for Cornell University, and around $790 million for Northwestern University have been frozen while the government investigates alleged civil rights violations at both schools, the White House said. It's part of a broader push to use government funding to get major academic institutions to comply with President Trump's political agenda. Last month, the Education Department sent letters to more than 60 universities, including Cornell and Northwestern, warning of potential enforcement actions if they do not fulfill their obligations under federal law to protect Jewish students on campus, including uninterrupted access to campus facilities and educational opportunities. The Trump administration has threatened to cut off federal funding for universities, allowing alleged anti-Semitism to go unchecked at campus protests last year against Israel's war with Hamas in Gaza, accusations the universities have denied. Anyways, just letting you know that's going on. GH is watching from California. Bitcoin is at 76,500. Yeah, Humi Amun sent me a bond yield chart. I was mentioning this a little earlier. The U.S. long-term bond yields were going way up over the last, well, several, I think it was the last, definitely hours. But it's gone up over a period of days. But just in the last, what is it, hour or so, that rise has stopped and the yields have gone down a bit. I'm not an expert on that, so I'd mentioned that a little earlier that the yields started to go down a bit, but you can look up the charts online and follow them moment to moment. So I don't know what's going to happen. I read you a number of articles talking about the concern over these U.S. bond yields going up, meaning that people were selling these long-term U.S. bonds. I don't really understand that whole situation, though, but something to keep an eye on. I wish I knew when China was going to come out and say what they're going to do, because that's obviously a huge thing. Could be in 5 minutes, could be in 6 hours. Luke Surratt says, how will the tariffs affect the price of the Switch 2? I don't know. I do not know. They're not taking pre-orders about for the Switch 2, right? We talked about that on a previous stream. Because of the tariffs, of the uncertain economic situation. Where is it here? I had something about that for you. I can show you. Nintendo delays Switch 2 pre-orders in U.S. on tariff uncertainty. This is from a few days ago, where Reuters says Nintendo said it's delaying the start of the pre-orders for the Switch 2 gaming device in the U.S. as it examines the potential impact of tariffs. Pre-orders will not start on April 9th in the U.S. in order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions, Nintendo said in a statement. The launch date of June 5th is unchanged. One of our viewers, the Pacific Ocean, I think it was, said the Canada pre-orders were delayed too. Thanks, Joe El Dorado. Yeah, we might be covering, I wouldn't be surprised if we're on covering the stock market tomorrow. I don't know, or just the latest developments. I would not be surprised. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that. Bebop and Rocksteady, who says he doesn't think the White House should post now. U.S. made their move. Now they wait. Posting could signal they don't have the cards. I mean, I was just talking about them posting that, it is now in effect or something, not posting a negotiating position. Bebop and Rocksteady doesn't think they should post. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady. I appreciate it. Also, Low-Key 1988. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Low-Key, for reminding me. Well, so I had heard there's a Chinese foreign ministry press conference, but there's China press conferences all the time. So I'm not aware that there's a specific press conference in China, like to announce some kind of retaliation measures. Just to be clear, I haven't heard that reported at all. Yeah, there is a daily news conference that the Chinese Foreign Ministry holds that is going to be held at, about 2 a.m. Eastern time? Or no, 2 a.m. It looks like it's actually 2 a.m. Central time. Oh, hold on a second. Is it 2 a.m. Eastern or 2 a.m. Central? I can tell you right now. We can check it out if it's in 10 minutes. Oh, no, it's in the half an hour? Ugh. Ugh. We've been on the air a lot today. No, it is on actually in an hour and a half. In an hour and a half is the China Ministry of Foreign Affairs daily news conference, where they could talk about this. They might, certainly. I don't know that I'm going to stay on an hour and a half for that, though. I mean, there's balance here, I could, in theory, leave the stream going, and if I'm still awake, cover it in 90 minutes. Hey, thanks to Wang Tang Kiki, who says, how will these tariffs affect the cheesy gordita crunches at Taco Bell? Yum. Yeah, I mean, again, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has a daily news conference. And it would start in like 90 minutes. So, again, if it was 10 minutes, I would definitely stay on and show you. I don't think I'm going to stay on for 90 minutes. Also, I might, the other thing is again, I don't know if I want to do this. I don't know if I want to take a break and then come back in like 85 minutes to cover the China news conference. I could, but then I'm just leaving the stream up for like 80 minutes. Just saying we'll be back in 80 minutes. I can do that if you want. I could say we will be back in Barry says it's usually pretty boring. I mean, I don't know what's going to really happen on it. So, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I'm looking in the chat. All right, I think I'm going to make an editorial decision. My guess is that they're not going to announce some big thing in that news conference, because that's not usually what they do. It's a daily press conference. That's my guess. That's not what they usually do. Given that that's the case, I think maybe the best thing to do is to wrap up the stream now. Again, if it was on in 10 minutes, I would show it, but we're talking about an hour and a half from now. That's a while. It's late, and I'd rather try to get some rest, and because I might have to come on the air when I wake up tomorrow. So if there's some huge news that comes out, I can always do another stream, right? I can always do another stream. Look, for all I know, China will come out with something big in 5 minutes. They could come back, but they might wait a day to respond to the U.S. So I just don't know. So I can always come on, if there's some huge news, I can always come on and do another stream. But I think it's time to wrap up this one. All right. So I really appreciate you guys tuning in for our live coverage of these major tariffs taking effect. Huge tariffs on various countries and 104% tariffs now on China. And this is just absolutely huge. It's absolutely huge. It's going to have huge economic, well, if it stays on. I mean, 3 days from now or a week from now, Trump might announce we've reached deals with all these countries. That's it for the tariffs. So I genuinely don't know how long these are going to be on for. But if they stay in place, this is a huge, 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 huge deal around the world. So Gina Pina thinks historical economic crash of the USA. I mean, we'll just have to see what happens. But this is a huge deal for as long as they're in effect. But Amber thinks the ride has no break. We'll certainly be covering this more. If there's a big development, I can always come back on the air. But I really appreciate you joining me for this. I just think it's not just me. I mean, this is just, a lot of people will say this, but it's an enormous event. I just don't think, maybe if people haven't been following the news, they don't realize how big this is, but it's huge. It's going to have huge impacts. If the tariffs stay on. Okay. But I really appreciate you joining our coverage, and we will certainly be covering this more in the coming days. I'm still in Peru, however, so thanks for bearing with me as I'm in Lima, Peru. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And turn on notifications so you know when we're going live. What was I going to say? We have, I can't tell you in advance whenever big news is going to happen, but we have a notification system so you don't miss a stream. Send you a notification whenever we go live. It's free to sign up for the notifications. We do it through Discord. The mods will post a link in the chat for the notifications. And you can find the notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, but sign up for those. And also, I will post updates when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner. Follow me there for breaking news updates. If stuff happens in a few minutes and it's not big enough to stream on, but it's big, I'll post it there on my X account. But I appreciate you guys tuning in, and I enjoyed discussing this with you as we've been talking about tonight. I thought there was a decent chance that President Trump might come out and say, nope, we're delaying it 30 days, we're delaying it 90 days. Crickets. That did not happen. That did not happen. Wow. By the way, thanks to Denise Horton for your support from Canada. Thank you, Denise. Hey, thanks to all of our moderators for being here, staying up late with us. We've had a lot of people in the chat, as usual, but we couldn't have those chats without our moderators. So huge shout out to our moderators who've been here Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth. And our other YouTube moderators who've been there tonight. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson over on Facebook. Big thanks. Twitch, Matthew Kohai 3, Idaho Star, Sarah and Papa Bear. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks all of our moderators, all of our other moderators who've moderated tonight. Thank you. By the way, Iowa, thanks to Little Nerd Eye. Thanks for the bits on Twitch. No tariffs on the bits. Thank you, Little Nerd Eye. I don't think there's any tariffs on the bits. I don't know for sure. I'm looking for other updates now, too. I haven't seen anything. I think at some point, big update from China. Hey, thanks to everybody who donated too. Super nice of you guys. That is what allows this channel to exist. And I very much appreciate it. Thanks for all of your support tonight. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks. I think I thanked everybody. Hopefully I did. Oh, I didn't thank everybody, actually. I owe a thank you to, oh no, Jennifer Schiavone. I missed this earlier. Jennifer Schiavone, or Schiavone. Thank you, Jennifer. That's very nice of you. And also, I owe a thanks to James Carlberg. Thank you, James, so much for your support of the channel. And I just saw, if you're wondering, I got the White House schedule for President tomorrow. Okay, so the two events I see for Trump tomorrow are 2 p.m. Trump participates in a photo opportunity with racing champions. And then at 2:30, Trump signs executive orders. Maybe he'll answer questions when he signs the executive orders. So those are Eastern time. Those are the two events I see on his schedule tomorrow. No White House press briefing scheduled for tomorrow. Okay. Hey, we also have a chat where you can talk with other viewers, chat with other viewers for free when we're not on the air. On Discord, a lot of our viewers like doing that. Check that out if you'd like. The Discord chat, what was I going to say? The Discord chat, the link to the Discord chat is the same as the link to the notifications. To sign up for the notifications, same link. So check out the Discord chat. And thanks to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Where is... Oh, another good way to follow us, to find out when we're going live, follow us on X. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel. Agenda Free TV on X. For those of you on X. And if you're on YouTube, I would suggest turning the YouTube notifications on. The thing about that is that the YouTube notifications are a little weird to turn on. So if you are watching on YouTube and you want to turn on YouTube notifications, what you got to do, we got to subscribe to the channel. And then after that, you got to make sure you click this bell here. Then you choose all notifications. So click the bell and choose all notifications. Let me shout out a couple other people here. Our Facebook subscribers for your support, like Lou Green, Robert Rial II, Aaron Van Ness, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, thank you. We will definitely be covering this more. I'll get a little rest, then I'll be more fresh to cover it. We were on a day a bunch. I mean, we did a stream earlier today too, but I mean, it's such big news. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Allistic, Douthis. Oh, the futures. Allistic mentioned the futures. The Dow futures right now are minus 2.15%. S&P 500 futures minus 2.4%. NASDAQ futures minus 2.43%. Well, at least the ones I'm looking at. Bitcoin, 76,500 around there. Thanks, Artful Nothing, for being a subscriber. Kitty Tiger, Jack's Animals, Matthew Kohai 3, Gina Pina, Wall Street, Z Lane, Wufflar. Thanks for subscribing. And I mean, there's just been Douthis, all of our other Twitch subscribers. There's been so much news with just this. I mean, there could be other big news that happens too. Who knows? You never know. Thanks, Ascertainment, for the bits. Thank you. Idaho Star. Thanks, Idaho Star, for the bits, as well as modding with all of our other mods. Thank you. Little Nerday, thank you for the bits. Is the hype train tariffed? Good question. Thank you also to Doug for your support. Doug says, I had been waiting to buy a new PlayStation 5, just ordered one. Doug, I think, is trying to get ahead of things. Thank you, Doug, for your support. Also, thanks to our YouTube members like Babs, Bean Juice Bond, Fernando Rodriguez. Thanks for being a member. Can Research, am I getting that right? Hold on, probably wrong. Cam Research, CAC 813, that guy from that thing. Thank you for being a member. TJ Adams, CAC 813, Justin D, Sean, Ane, Jenny, Getchipple, Babs, I think I said that already, Austin Batman, and all of our other viewers as well. Jimmy the Lip, '89 Phobos, thanks, guys, for tuning in. Sarah Smile, Norma Plummer, Jerry DeKaiser. Oh, thank you to Mufasa for your support. I appreciate that, Mufasa. Thank you. I'll do one last check for headlines. Again, there could be something big that happens 5 minutes after I get off the air. But I think the big next thing we're waiting at is China. See how they'll respond. And obviously see what happens with the markets tomorrow. All right, guys. Well, that is it for now. The new Trump tariffs have taken effect. There is now a 104% tariff in the U.S. on everything coming in from China. Unbelievable. And we have other tariffs like, just to repeat, 20% on all things coming in from the European Union, 37% Bangladesh, 49% Cambodia, Japan 24%, Malaysia 24%, Pakistan 29%, Philippines 17%, South Korea 25%, Taiwan 32%, and more. All right, well, that is it for now. Paul G says, whoa, these tariffs are kicking in. That is it for now. I'm sure we'll be covering this more, but this is a huge, huge event with impacts around the world. But let's see how long the tariffs stay on for. If the tariffs stay on for 4 days, probably not big impacts. But the longer they stay on, the bigger the impacts. We'll see where things go. All right, so thank you so much for joining me for our live countdown coverage and the start of the Trump, as he calls them, reciprocal tariffs. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.